that one could go this far. So the 70 years anniversary of the Freedom Charter, it's a very important landmark, even for the ANC, to have been able to bless us with a charter that has informed our posture, our values, or has been informed by the values, the principles that guide the ANC on an ongoing basis, but fortunately to also guide the country. And I'm glad that we have it this day. Because indeed, it's the values of the ANC as captured in the Freedom Charter that I think have made us this progressive and enlightened country that we are. That we can be proud to be South African. When other people don't fear killing other people, we know as South Africans, it's not us. We'd rather go to court, even as a small country, say, we are not going to keep quiet, this is genocide. And that's the values that become the values that we cherish as a country. As I say, I'm very happy that we have also attendance of our progressive, both international partners and friends from Palestine to say, you're welcome, my sister, and our president had said, unless Palestine is free, we're all not free. So, and that's what guides us. But I also saw or greeted our partner and a friend from Sahrawi, and thank you very much. Again, until Sahrawi is free, we're not free. It's a country. But I'm also proud that in addition to our alliance partners that are here, we have tertiary institutions, we have students from our parties, because I'm saying, until we can really reach our children, you can feel the death of politics with even the absence of courses. That if you don't have courses, it's difficult to conscientize people when they're at universities and then when they are adults. And some of the difficulties that political consciousness sometimes comes a bit late when young people say, and if we had groomed them earlier to say, ningajahi, sometimes I bet hey, so time is going to come. So I'm glad that again, TST, we do work with students in our midst. We work with amakhosikazi, mabasena David Motikosas, but I musanti kosas and zosibulisa ngomabuthi nithi nje amakhosikazi, then siyasikhuluma ngokosas. So I'm glad that they are here. I see also in leadership here, Veterans League. Thank you very much, comrades, for supporting. We really appreciate your presence and feel very empowered. I don't want to take your time, but just quickly say, what is it that is the Gender and Equity Committee, which is really a beautiful committee. When you are about women, any group that we have defined it for ourselves that has been discriminated or needs empowerment, it's pendulum like it. So we focus on men, we focus on girl children and boy children, people with disability, the aged, your queer group also, LGBTIQ group, to say all these other groups which have been discriminated upon a constituency too. And we have been running a number of sessions. We've had a very good session with a group with disability and had made resolutions which were following up with relevant ministries to say at the meeting people raise issues about assistive devices, just to make sure that we don't call people talk here and then as a committee we're not able to follow up on them. So we've had a number of programs, including the program that we launched last year, led by the president about what about the boy child, which we then went to go and implement in KZN. It worked extremely well. It was a beautiful program. We marched along the coast with the young people, and we had hoped that we will get it in different provinces. We spoke to different chairpersons of the ANC, but because of many other challenges, we didn't do it as we had planned. And I'm glad I see our provincial representatives here to say we still do want provinces to replicate the program of What About the Boy Child and discuss more, because we really do think that the socialization or our lack of talking about the toxic socialization of boy children is also a big problem. And that's why we have to engage with them. As I said, we had programs with rural women, we had programs with people living with disability. But at our last meeting, we agreed that it doesn't help us to talk like we are going to be talking, have resolutions which we don't follow up. But more important, we said our provinces, you see I'm looking at the Northern Cape Direction, our provinces have to repeat exactly this. So we won't have too many programs so that you don't have your own initiatives. But we do want whatever we're doing, if it's going to have meaning, to be cascaded in provinces, and the province have to make sure that the regions repeat it, and in every branch, at least there must be those activities. We said even if 5, we'll be happy. So we do want every province to have a program about the boy child and working with us and make sure that we have it. We do want provinces to make sure that indeed we work with young people, with institutions that are there, and I'm glad I met also colleagues or comrades from universities, NABO Prof, to say, let's take the program even to institutions of higher learning and make sure that we have those programs. And I'm glad our alliance partners are here, that we will appreciate to even have the programs, whether through PMWSA or as individual structures, that our program should not end up where it starts and that's where it ends. It must go to all our structures. We're looking at programs for the elderly. We will develop the concept and share it, because we also meet on the social or on the virtual platform to say, let's focus on the plight of the elderly. What is it we can do to support them? So that we don't go to old age homes, Masesio Kankasa, as if we didn't know there are people who are there that would have wanted us to work with them. So let's go now, not when we don't, actually at the time when we don't want anything, and only at the time that we can serve. There are big issues about children and children's rights. We have agreed that we'll work with the social cluster to say, let's have a massive program around the rights of children, and again, it has to cascade up to the branch. And I said to them, if it doesn't reach the branch, it's not meaningful. Which is what I used to say when I was in education. I said, anything that we do nationally, if it doesn't find a space in the classroom, it's not worth anything. Because we're here as the department to service children. So we're here as national structures to service our people who are in branches. So if anything that we do does not reach branches, then it really loses meaning. So we will be interacting with you, and I'm grateful that you came. I want to thank you very much. Join Comrade Lindy for apologizing for starting late. Sasithethisi wesaxolisa. Uthe Comrade, because I must tell 10 be 10. Kungabi past 10. Uqala nabaqalayo, and we promise, Comrade, because I don't know what happened. We normally are a very efficient group. So, efficient. So, just already thank you for coming here. But as I say, we're looking forward to more support from the organization, because indeed, Sifunti otherwise, what's the point of having a committee if they say pepen? As if we pepen, if we bantu inangit, izongisiza ke siya kwi basebenzi ngama program ethu. And everybody umuntu wethu thina kwa gender bamasha ngokuthi bathi equity yonke into unequal yethu. We will cooperate with other structures, we'll cooperate with committees. As we're going to the August month, we have said bambisana kanjani nge-Women's League, but nathi sibe nodumulethu khona kuleso siphithiphithi. Angithi? So kuyalebo hulu Comrade program director. I'm very excited. So maungazi angeke ngisuke so ngicela uvele uzoma la. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much, CCNG, and thank you for all your remarks. I'll now call upon Catherine to speak.
Oliver Tambo.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister Angie Motshekga, and also the chair of the subcommittee, the DSG of the ANC, Nomvula Mukunyane, the SG of the ANC Women's League, National Treasurer of COSATU, the members of parliament, members of the diplomatic corps, NEC members, and I also stand on protocol. There are so many groups and important formations represented here. It is very, very impressive. I would like to thank the other partners to this event, especially our good partners from IGD, UNISA, of course the technical team of the Gender Subcommittee, and also my colleagues of FES South Africa. Everyone put in a lot of work and effort around the world, and FES, with our work that we do worldwide, are part of the progressive internationalism of German social democracy. We work together with our partners worldwide for social justice. And we have to be very, very clear. There cannot be any social justice without gender justice. And there can also not be a progressive internationalism without being feminist. As FES in South Africa, we work together with South African partners that share our values and our vision. We offer a platform to bring together progressive actors and activists in South Africa, and we are very, very proud of our partnerships with you. Through the international work of FES, we also form part of international diplomacy and internationalism. And I think it's very important to state that international diplomacy is not left to governments alone. It is important that there is dialogue and exchange between the people, especially in difficult times and in times where perspectives and global outlooks differ. I therefore want to really commend the Gender and Equity Subcommittee to creating this opportunity to bring together progressive actors and activists to look at the different dimensions of international diplomacy and how we can engage to build societies that are more just, more inclusive, that are peaceful, and hence that must be feminist. Many of you have been at our FES premises in Johannesburg, in Dunkeld, and you are aware that we are named our conference facility after one of the ANC veterans, Ambassador Lindiwe Mabuza. When we opened the facility in 2022. So as about the material questions and the fight against injustice, it is about shaping a decolonial and feminist multilateral order, and very concretely to make use of fora like the G20, like BRICS, with a feminist perspective in mind. And it is about how we can contribute to transforming society at large to be equal, inclusive, caring, and peaceful. I want to thank the Honourable Minister and Chair of the Gender and Equity Subcommittee for partnering with FES for this event. We very much appreciate and value the trust that this cooperation implies. We're looking forward to many more collaborations in future and reaffirm our commitment to smashing the global patriarchy and to transform society towards peace, freedom, and equality. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can I please have now Katrina from IGD?
It's okay. Katarina is actually, the full version of the name. So, good morning. All protocols observed. I am not going to be able to eloquently introduce and eloquently thank and greet everyone, as has been said before. So all that being said, all protocols observed, and I want to echo how lucky I am to be in a room full of remarkable women. And I hope to do justice to introducing the Institute for Global Dialogue and to hopefully channel our Executive Director, Pilani Mtembu, in how he talks about the IGD and our engagement in diplomacy as a non-state actor. But before I do that, I want to just echo my appreciation to the FES, to the ANC, and also those doing the heaviest lifting, Zanele and Onika. You have shown remarkable engagement in this, and thank you for really carrying through these kinds of sentiments. I would like to acknowledge you for that. So coming to this conversation, the Institute for Global Dialogue, we are as old as our democracy. And as we were established in 1995 as the foundation for global dialogue, after an ANC recommendation, specifically where there was a need for research or a research organization to facilitate the new South Africa's engagement with a changing global order. And this is emblematic that diplomacy is not just a state activity. It is broader than that. And it's also acknowledging the history and the ANC's contribution to institutional memory of what South African foreign policy is. Because South African foreign policy holds that weight due to the ANC's work as a liberation movement. And so, you already know that. I'm speaking to the converted, essentially. And so when you come to look at the global order, when you compare 1994, the early 90s, and today, the level of uncertainty seems just about the same. And drawing from the strength of research and dialogue, we want to promote the broader understanding and the role of foreign policy and diplomacy in the pursuit of our national and international development goals. The IGD works towards the democratization of foreign policy, and diplomacy has a strong element in that. We have a quest to make a space, our quest is really to make the space available that seems incredibly elitist when you talk about foreign policy. We want to make that more accessible. We want everyone who actually talks about international relations, diplomacy, using different language to be able to resonate with each other. And in a reality where information is disseminated from a predominantly westernized lens, for example, our international relations media is more and more syndicated from Bloomberg, from Reuters. The rest of the world is telling us what to think about international relations. And so this is symptomatic of changing media, changing times, and the underfunding of a very specific space that strengthens our democracy. At the same time, our universities have actually started emphasizing an Africanist perspective, post-colonial perspective, a decolonial perspective. And so it's no surprise the IGD's motto is a better Africa, better world. We want to seek to share this African perspective in how we address policy. This is also emblematic of our strategic partnerships, our specific association with UNISA, the largest distance learning institution in Africa. But my VC, Prof. Linkabula, will be sharing that further. So what does it mean for women in diplomacy today? And where do we as a think tank come in here? I want to emphasize at this point that yes, it's not just about having enough women on the program. It's also about having a realistic and reflective impact on what policy is today and what research is today at the same time. Research here is that, or our research contribution here is that we want to be more conscious. We want to have voices, women's voices, the tone, the construction, for how we put research out there to be representative. An example I'd like to reflect on how colleagues have undertaken this. We once did some research work with the ANC, diplomats, ministers, persons within the government bureaucracy, to see how ANC IR resolutions get taken up and implemented within government, within South Africa's bureaucratic machinery. And so what I found from these interviews, from these engagements, specifically the voices and contributions of women, these reflections held the most agency, the most capacity to reflect critically, and the most desire to also hold accountability. So this event for me is a display of agency in action. And going forward, I look forward to more engagements, more research, and going forward, we definitely need to be much more cognitive of how the role of women fits into each of our research projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I take it that we've all taken our copious notes from all the speakers. I'd like to thank you for also not taking long and trying to make it quicker for us so that we can catch up on the time. We will, at the end of the program, we have a team that is supposed to take together the most important and most critical areas of the presentations that have been done here. But I would like to, just before you go, just before we have our next speaker, to indicate that we mustn't forget we are celebrating 70 years of the Freedom Charter, and somebody is 70 years old as that Freedom Charter. Can we give her a round of applause? And we would sing her happy birthday, even though it's after the birthday, much later. I'd also like to thank the two presenters, because both of them spoke to why we are here, the role of FES and the role of IGD. And we wish to thank you for walking this journey with us, IGD, and pass our regards to Pilani in particular, because really he's always there with us. Even sometimes when he's traveling abroad, he tries by all means to connect, because the African National Congress does need that type of expertise to sharpen its own policy approaches. And FES, thank you very much also for giving us just a brief about who FES is from a point of view of progressive people of the world, and in particular our effort to fight patriarchy, which continues to be one of the biggest problems that we face. And lastly, thank you very much for connecting us to the world today, which will then force us to look as women. We are saying it shouldn't just be about women. It should be about transforming the global institutions that can either make it possible for women or not possible. With those words, I'd like to thank you very much. Can you give them a round of applause? So that you can be able to see the main speaker from that side. Thank you very much. Malibongwe. Igama lamakhosikazi. Thank you very much. Without further ado, I would like to call upon the one and only Mvulas. I call her Mvulas. The one and only Nomvula Mokonyane, the ANC's DSG, and the chairperson of the International Relations Subcommittee, Malibongwe. Over to you, DSG. DSG 1.
Amandla, thank you very much, Comrade Lindy, Program Director, member of the National Executive Committee of the ANC, and a member of the International Relations Subcommittee of the ANC. Let me acknowledge the member of the National Executive Committee, the chair of the ANC's NEC Subcommittee on Gender and Equity, Comrade NG Mutseha Ausmatie. We wish you well. 70 is just but a number, but it also shows a well of knowledge and experience. It has nothing to do with the cutoff date. It has to do more with institutional memory as well as determination to go forward with the struggle for the emancipation of women. That would be the message I want to give to you. This morning, comrades, just to digress a bit, I looked at a video by Umamu Adelaide Tambo. I think it was if in a function she was wearing, you know, Matambo is a dresser. She was wearing a pink dress with pearls and a beautiful hairstyle. And she was holding on to President Tambo and saying, we have agreed as a generation, an older generation, that we are going to work side by side with the younger generation until we realize our full liberation. And she sat down. And I think what is happening here today, Comrade NG, is exactly what Matambo said, and what all of us must appreciate, that we all come from an organization that has got institutional memory, working libraries, and the struggle continues without any time limit. And therefore, continue, don't retire. Continue to work. So I want to appreciate the efforts of the subcommittee, a very vibrant subcommittee that cuts across because of the impact of the work that it does and the influence of the work that it does. Let me acknowledge members of the National Executive Committee who are here from different subcommittees, the leadership of the leagues of the ANC, the SG of the ANC Women's League, who is also present here, veterans of our liberation, the MK Liberation War veterans also, who are here, members of the Tripartite Alliance plus Sanko, our partners, comrades, represented here by Comrade Katrina Messner from FES, the director. Thank you very much for always being part of our movement, helping us and carrying us by hand, and ensuring that the struggle continues, because we never broke the relationship with the ANC. Comrade Arina Mursan from IGD, one of the other very important institutions, a brainchild of the African National Congress. Thank you for always being there to sharpen our understanding, our capacity, as well as how the ANC deals with issues around foreign policy, diplomacy, and most importantly, issues that contribute to a better Africa and a better world. Our dear sister, Comrade Professor Puleng Linkabula, the Principal and Vice Chancellor of UNIS, our dear sister, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Excellencies, distinguished guests, comrades and friends, allow me to first extend revolutionary greetings on behalf of the ANC and its entire National Executive Committee, led by Comrade President Cyril Ramaphosa. It is indeed a great honor for us to get the opportunity to interact with you in such an important event. We must indeed commend our comrades for putting together this event and creating such an important platform for women in diplomacy to reflect on the road we have traveled and what lies ahead in the ever volatile geopolitical space. The 26th of June 2025 marked 70 years since the adoption of the Freedom Charter in Kliptown under the banner of the Congress of the People. It triggered a paradigm shift in thinking about the democratic rights of Black South Africans and their protection under law. The Freedom Charter sets out the vision for a free, non-racial, non-sexist and democratic society and remains significant in the consolidation of our freedom and democratic dispensation. To this day, various progressive forces in our country have embraced the Freedom Charter as an expression of their aspirations. The NC continues to be guided by this document as we seek to accomplish the historical mission as a liberation movement to ensure that all South Africans share in the wealth of the country. About 51 years since its inception, a democratic South Africa adopted a new constitution on the 8th of May 1996. Its preamble echoed the Freedom Charter, and I quote, "We, the people of South Africa, recognize the injustices of our past, honor those who suffered for justice and freedom in our land, respect those who have worked to build and develop our country, and believe that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in our diversity," close quote. Guided by the Freedom Charter, our movement continues to work harder towards the realization of its vision. As we reflect the progress that freedom has brought and the restoration of our dignity, our focus is to rise to the challenge of accelerating service delivery and building a South Africa we want and a better Africa of our heart's desire in a better world, as part of realizing the vision of the Freedom Charter. Anything less will amount to a betrayal of the pledge we made during our years of liberation struggle, that our mission cannot be considered accomplished until all our people are able to share in their country's wealth, as it is alluded also in the video that I was sharing with yourselves of Comrade Adelaide Tambo. Nevertheless, for the great majority of ANC members, its supporters and sympathizers, the Charter grew to have iconic status. Throughout the 3 decades during which the ANC was banned, it was circulated clandestinely as an inspirational and aspirational document. It was widely used to attract supporters and mobilize people to back the ANC and the entire liberation movement. After the unbanning of the African National Congress and other formations in 1990, the ANC elaborated the 3-page Freedom Charter into a 50-page ready-to-govern volume. Its 1994 election manifesto included a 100-page reconstruction and development program, which further enlarged the charter. However much it has evolved through passage of time, the charter remains the compass through which we navigate the emancipatory journey towards a better South Africa and represents the hopes, the aspirations of all progressive and freedom-loving people of our country. To that end, I implore you, comrades, present here today, to cast your mind back to 1952, when work on the Freedom Charter began. Many, if not all of us here today, were not around and were not even thought of. But we have grown up with the understanding that in some way, shape or form, this charter has influenced all levels of our society on whichever side of the socio-economic and political divide one sits. The charter has also served to make its impact known on other countries and forms the basis of our own constitution. One thing we can all be sure of is that the advancement of women in all spheres of life, more specifically in diplomacy, cannot be left to others to define, let alone push. In the NC, we have a credible point of reference that guides us about the place of women in societal affairs, as preceded by the Women's Charter a year earlier than the Freedom Charter in 1954. It is also not by coincidental design that the formation of the OAU in 1963 was preceded by the founding of the Pan-African Women's Organization in 1962. The primary roles for which these formations were found were that of uniting African women on a single platform and to advocate for their rights in an eternal objective we should always, even our generation and other generations, be seized with. The Freedom Charter provides us with a blueprint to advance the aspirations enshrined in our Constitution. The UNSCR 1325 is another tool at our disposal. We should urge the AU member states to also adopt the national plans of action beyond the current 32 states that have so far adopted it. The critical role of women in conflict resolution and equal representation throughout the phases of peace processes cannot also be overemphasized. On another note, comrades, we believe we have to take a detour here and touch on a thorny issue. Throughout the years of our liberation movement, we were able to overcome many threats, including the threat of the formation of various breakaways, including the Gang of Eight, or as the South African Communist Party termed them, as the enemy hidden under the same color, the mutiny in Angola, the killing of Chris Hani, and many more threats. However, the current nature of the threat faced by the NC is characterized, amongst others, by apathy towards the NC as a leader of society, and particularly of the broad democratic movement, a deficiency in the shared values and common principles that unite us as comrades, a radically changed political environment since COVID-19 pandemic, a weakened broad women's movement in our country, Comrade Angie Motshekga, a movement that has always been the backbone of the liberation movement, a challenge that we all need to overcome, working together with the ANC Women's League and all other progressive forces, so that we can, in one voice, be able to deal with the issues that are now facing women and children in our society, including those that are vulnerable, that this subcommittee have to attend to. The one common issue that has been plaguing us is that of non-sexism and gender equality. We are continuously reflecting and adjusting to these conditions, which are not of our own choosing, but imposed upon us from without as well as within. But in the words of our stalwart of our movement, the late Comrade Walter Sisulu, and I quote, "In the history of mankind, it is a law of life that problems arise when the conditions are there for their solution," close quote. We are confronting these challenges with the same vigor that drove the volunteers who selflessly went around the country collecting the people's demands. This is because indeed conditions for their solutions exist. And the role of this subcommittee, both at home in the ANC, in our country, in the continent, and globally, has to be felt in how we view our foreign policy, how we act in contributing to a better Africa, how we defend our national interests, particularly dealing with the stubborn face of our revolution, which is the struggle for full economic emancipation. On the international front, the forces of reaction are growing much louder, while the fascism of right-wing politics seem to be flourishing together with misogyny, racism, and attacks on the rights of those who love differently, echoes through the corridors of the West. All of this and so much more fills the air we breathe with a stench. We find ourselves at the receiving end yet again. As we observe the International Day of Women in Diplomacy, we dare not forget that which should be etched in our memory, either by lived experience or through narratives passed on to us by forebears. That being the importance of keeping the flame of hope burning as we fight for our total emancipation and inclusion in all layers of public and private life. I'm comforted by the presence of G20 representatives here in our country from all walks of life, and those that are here participating in the diverse dialogues created through the different programs that are being rolled out in our country around the G20 agenda. We trust we would also use this platform to explore how women can shape the G20 agenda and ensure that we have vocal and substantive representation in all working groups. The norm is to think of the diplomatic corps in the context of political diplomats, often ignoring the vastness of opportunities available to us as women. The multilateral system is an area where our voice needs magnifying. Our innate skills as natural-born mediators, negotiators, and peacemakers places us in good stead to take up these responsibilities, and with the requisite capacity building and specialized training, women make excellent diplomats in all capacities. Chair of the subcommittee, comrades and friends, let us do that in honor and memory of Umamu Gertrude Shope, who was the initiator of the Peace Ambassadors, an initiative that was adopted by the South African government, located in the Department of International Relations and Cooperation. We need to take that initiative, Comrade Angie, even about the DRC and many other initiatives of keeping peace in our continent and globally, and bring women so that we use our God-given talent, our capacity of bringing life on earth and protecting life on earth. Comrades and friends, information about progress made so far on the inclusion of women in substantive positions of leadership remains underwhelming, despite some progress made. Launched in 2024, the Women in Diplomacy Index shows us that the percentage inclusion of women ambassadors and permanent reps to the UN globally is very low. The index tracks the countries of the world that host the largest percentage share of women ambassadors and is based on a data set of more than 12,000 ambassadorial appointments. In the year 2024, only 21% of ambassadors and permanent representatives were women, whilst in 2023 the figure stood at 20.5%. This is a clear indication of underrepresentation of women in top diplomatic posts. Whilst in 2023 the Americas and Europe had the highest percentage at 28% and 27% respectively, with sub-Saharan Africa trailing behind at 20%. The Middle East, North Africa and Asia were at 10% and 14% below the world average of 21. Country-wise, in 2024, Canada, Sweden and Finland surpassed gender equality in their top diplomatic posts with 53%, 51% and 50% of the ambassadors being women. Respectively, Costa Rica at 48%, New Zealand at 47%, Jamaica 47% with a small number of missions, and the Philippines at 46%, seeing a significant increase in women ambassadors. At G20 level, there is a considerable progress since 2018, with an increase from 16.7% to 21% in 2024. Our country, South Africa, is among countries with a relatively higher percentage, but still considerably low. Comrades and friends, Program Director, as we prepare to commemorate the 25th anniversary of the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace and security, later in the year, it is imperative that women's representation and inclusion in senior diplomatic and foreign policy post roles is escalated. One of the key pillars propping up the WPS agenda is that women participation in the political life of our countries, regions, and the global multilateral system of governance should be seen, heard, and felt. Anything else is a clear demonstration that our agenda is applicability and implementation will in the foreseeable period remain a dormant aspiration that leaves its future at risk of being forever overlooked or at worst misapplied. Gender inclusivity policies exist in many of our countries within the multilateral system, including at global governance bodies such as the UN, AU, EU, Bretton Woods institutions, and regional economic communities. And yet the results remain quite different across geographical areas and sectors. For some reason, transformation in the diplomatic and policy sector has always lagged behind other sectors when it comes to gender balance and mainstreaming, especially at senior or leadership level. When women get recruited in large numbers at entry level, only to become stuck with very little or no prospects for growth to middle and top management. No beard grows upon my cheeks, but in my heart I carry a sword, the battle sword for bread and honor, against the poverty which pains my mother's heart. So said a gentleman called Vincent in 2001. No beard grows upon my cheeks, but in my heart I carry a sword, the battle sword for bread and honor, against the poverty which pains my mother's heart. In a world where the ratio of women to men is at an all-time high, we must never be consoled by inclusion that amounts to a representation of 21% of women when compared to 79% of men in 2029. In fact, this should propel us to agitate more. For example, who gets posted to economically and military strategic states, as well as postings as negotiators, mediators in conflict-affected areas? A body of evidence exists to the effect that when women have a seat at the table, reduction of instability and conflict becomes more likely to happen. The UNSC Resolution 1325 speaks to this objective as a core pillar of its agenda. Amongst countries with highest share of women ambassadors, South Africa and Botswana are included with a percentage share of 41.50% and 40% respectively. Clearly, the responsibility to eliminate remnants of structural barriers to women leadership in diplomacy rests upon our shoulders, for it is when we are at the table that the essence of diplomacy as a tool for transformation, development, peacekeeping, and mediation of conflicts gets sharpened in a potentially effective strategy, as Comrade Katrina just said in her remarks. To this day, we continue to grapple with questions that were asked at the Africa Heads of Mission Conference titled Beyond SDG 5, African Women Innovation and the Future of the Continent, which was held in May 2017 in Canada. Comrades and friends, you'll recall some of the aforementioned data at the beginning of my talk in relation to the state of gender balance and inclusion in the African Diplomatic Corps. Therefore, this gathering hosted by our NEC subcommittee on gender and equity should be able to tell us if indeed those questions have been adequately addressed. These include, but not limited to, 1, whilst bearing in mind the sovereignty of African states, how different countries embracing the global campaigns for women's empowerment generally, and leadership and governance in particular, and what is the position and state of women currently? Secondly, what lessons can be learned from those that have made significant progress in their efforts towards women empowerment? And lastly, are there methodologies used back then still relevant in the current epoch with its fluid dynamics, both at national and global level? Last but not least, we're looking forward to a constructive and fruitful discussion that will culminate in a call to action or a statement of commitment that focuses on actionable strategies to create gender-inclusive diplomatic environments in the spirit of leaving no one behind. We should never forget to prioritize grassroots mobilization in our localities, as was the case during the Congress of the People that culminated into the Freedom Charter. And Comrade NGU alluded to that we need to go down to our provinces, and together with our provinces, we need to go down to our regions, our localities, our villages and towns, so that we leave no one behind. May we always remember that a woman is the full circle, because within her is the power to create, to nurture, and to transform. The slogan that Watinta Bafazi, Watinti Mbogoto has every meaning on us to be forever available in the forefront, knowing the pain that we endure is the pain that can fill a hungry stomach, liberate an exploited woman and an exploited child, and make our country, our continent, and the world a better and a safe place to be in. Once more, we want to commend this subcommittee, its initiative. We will be going to our own National Executive Committee by the end of July, and we're looking forward that the deliberations here will be part of the reports of the different subcommittees, because we'll be dealing with organizational work and reports of subcommittees and the annual report. So your inputs will be part of what the NC will be reflecting on the work that we have done based on our commitment to the Freedom Charter, our manifesto, and most importantly, our commitment towards a better Africa and a better world. Thank you, Nyabo.
Thank you very much, DSG. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of the Women's League SG Nokutula Ngaba. When you went to Reconstruction and Development, you went to the NDP, but I think what is very important is your speaking to the OAU and the role of power, which I think sometimes we lose sight of it. We must not lose sight of power. You also spoke specifically to a call to action. I think that is what we need to look into. We have been speaking about all the different documents we related to what next. And as you were speaking, I remember that we have the national dialogue, which is supposed to be will be taking place very soon, but I think CISNG, that national dialogue will need, part of it should actually present some of the things that are being presented here, because we are looking towards the future. Now, as I step down from this early opening session, and I would like to make just a few announcements, by the way, which we should have done right at the beginning. The restrooms, bathrooms, toilets, whatever you call it, are at glass doors behind the screens, which is this side, yes. And the second one is that we are live, and therefore comrades must do their best really to check on it. We are live on YouTube, Facebook, and Zoom. And may I acknowledge those that are on Zoom. Technology is good. They are not here, but they can get each and every speech and each and every move that is being here. So would like to thank those that have joined us online. I'd like to call upon the next, Pelisa. Where's Pelisa? Oh, there she is. That's one of our economists, guys. Please give her a round of applause. You know, when she goes on TV and she explains the ABC of economics, I always get very excited. Pelisa Nkomo is a development economist, gender equity expert, and advocate for economic inclusion. And she is going to be now taking us forward in the next session, and I will come back again much later. Pelisa, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sis Lindy, and once more, good morning. I stand on the protocols that have been mentioned because I ran a risk of ambushing all the protocols, by the way, and thank you so much, DSG, for such a very well-articulated reflection of what diplomacy is, but also particularly the representation, because there's a correlation between representation and the quality of geopolitical dynamics in the world that you get. So the lesser numbers of women that you experience, but also the more the world goes to war, and that's what we're experiencing right now. So, and I think one of the key things the next panel that we'll be looking at is to really reflecting on what are the success stories of women in diplomacy, but also what are the lessons that we must learn from it. And this esteemed panel is not, I mean, it has a mix of young people, scholar, Professor Puleng, who will be part of us, and as well as ambassador. And in advance, I just want to apologize for South African Women in Dialogue that they are not able to make it. One of their representatives has an emergency who was meant to be here. So as we start our session, and we'll make it sure that we really stick into the time that we've been allocated, which is exactly 40 minutes to an hour, I would like to call upon Professor Puleng Linka Bula, who is a professor of ethics and principal of vice chancellor, one of the biggest universities, by the way, in Africa. She's the first woman to be appointed after 147 years of UNISA existence. As she woke up, can you please give a round of applause? Yes, and then the next on the panel, I would like to call Yoloka Zimfuto. Is an activist, a political commentator, and a development practitioner with postgraduate degree in politics, international relations. She's the alumni of one of our oldest universities in South Africa, Forte, and she's also a member of Young African Activists Network. And the third speaker in our panel is Hanan Jarrah, ambassador of Palestine to South Africa, non-resident to Namibia, Lesotho, and Malawi, a Palestinian diplomat, activist, and a mom of 4. The DSG said, women, we have multiple lives. Stein, free. The Stein will be free. Ikamala Makoskas. I didn't hear the song earlier here. Can we just have one song to warm up? Yes, yes, come with the song.
Akuna muntu ngaphansi komhlaba.
you, Prof. You know, should I, do you have a mic there?
Yeah, the mic is working. Yes. So, thank you very much. I want to express my gratitude and honor to have been invited here to share a few insights. And therefore, Comrade Angie Motsecha, I know her as a teacher, and I'm very appreciative of the role that she has played in ensuring that she's deeply in the emancipatory project, not only of our country, but also of our continent. And therefore, thank you for inviting us. I would not have been more excited if, you know, Comrade SG, okay, I'll do DSG as we are required. But I wouldn't have, I thought you have already summarized everything, the statistics, but I think it's quite important for us to acknowledge you, to acknowledge Catherine Mesner, the director of SA, Arina Muresan, IGD. Let me, therefore, colleagues, Men Noktula Ngaba, I think it's very good to be here amongst you. I'm sorry for the, and then I thought, for many young women who are sitting here, perhaps the discourse of diplomacy and international relations has been what we study in theories and in books. And yet there are many women in front here who are the pioneers and the purveyors of diplomacy that we must study, that we must anchor our own knowledge systems. And I was sitting next to Dr. Nkosazana Zuma, showing her the photo that we had in Addis when she was being celebrated for the pathfinding role in diplomacy. Can I please request a round of applause? So thank you very much. Whilst I want to acknowledge, I thought it was, I thought I would hear ululations, Mekholukwan, because she's the first woman to take a multilateral institution that was vested and still vested in the dreams for the future that we are claiming for ourselves. Thank you. Now I feel better. I feel like I can speak about diplomacy in ways that I understand. There are a few critical issues that I'd like to raise around diplomacy, international relations, especially in the context of bifurcated world, where violence, where the dignity of humanity, where especially the colonized and still colonized, where the context of Congo, of Palestine, Gaza, of Sahrawi in Morocco, the context of being human are quite central. How then do we locate what it means to be an agitator of peace, of transformation, of development in the global, but also the local space? The second aspect that I thought was important in my insights to share is the profound wisdom that our own culture and the philosophy of Ubuntu reminds us. Women are not peripheral. Women must be at the center. And therefore, when we think about women in diplomacy, we should also think about their work, the actions and policy advocacy they engendered, the transformative anchorage of the changes in the world and in the international diplomatic systems, but also the structures and systems that they brought into place. And I think this is quite important because we often talk about women, but not actually the transformative work that they do. And in the context of the African Union, it's very important that even as we understand that the African Union is one of the foremost multilateral institutions that would have organized us as Africans to come together to think about the future that we want to co-construct together. It was because the AU was also an outcome of a predecessor engagement by women. In July, Mam Lamini Nkosazana was reminding me it is the 31st of July. But I remembered that it was the year before. The women have met and said, how can we organize ourselves to ensure that we co-construct futures that are relevant, that are emancipatory, that are progressive, but that allow women and men, boys and girls, but also those in solidarity with us to contributing. And therefore, it is my commitment to say, let's not just talk about women. Let's also talk about the transformative anchorage. And I think it is under your leadership, Mamzuma, that the African Union developed a futures prospecting but also commitment asserted about the Africa that we all aspire for, which is decolonized, which is emancipatory, that takes care of the natural resources that are available. And I think it's very important, therefore, when we celebrate women in diplomacy, we also celebrate the transformative work that they do. The third aspect that I want to speak to is the retreat from multilateralism and the fragmentation that we see in the negotiation of the global consensus. As it is today, there are countries whose supremacy and hegemony in diplomacy, or even in peace, development, international relations, are vetoing the dignity and the participation of other countries. And therefore, undermining the very principles, agreements, conventions that have been instituted as part of anchoring the diplomatic systems. And I've found it quite important that many women diplomats, some of them are raising their heads to say these aspects must be transformed in order that we change this unilateral approach to diplomacy. And I want to therefore appreciate the bridge building, the transformative leadership, the negotiations, but also the architects of inclusive peace that many women who are in the diplomacy are raising for our country, our continent, but also contesting outdated thinking that resists inclusion in global international relations. I thought it would also be important in my fourth submission on women, diplomacy, and what we could learn from some women in particular we could do. I'll just give a list. I've already spoken about Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, who is a pioneer and the first to be appointed as the executive of the African Union. But I also think we should think about Ambassador Nozipho Mkakato Diseko. She's one of the leading anchors of diplomacy in our country, not only in the negotiations, not only in leading as a DG of international relations, but in the work that she does to strengthen the human resources capacity of the African Union, for bringing into the questions of how the mineral resources of our continent, of our country, and of global South countries are optimized for peace, for development, and for transformation, not for colonialist and violent environments. And I think for those who are studying in this area, but also those who want to have aspirations, these are some of the women that we should showcase. Equally important, we know that some of our ministers did not just start as ministers. They were involved in diplomacy. They brought insights of projecting the best of Africa, its knowledge systems, its ideas for peace, including in advocacy for peace. If you think about Mena Lady Pando, not only under her leadership, we were able to call out the violence that was happening in Israel and the oppression of the Palestinians, but she has constantly been an advocate for peace. The same is true to Dr. Ngozi Okonjo Iluela, of the first woman and African to lead the World Trade Organization, whilst the policies, systems, and regimes, and sometimes the network of hegemonic countries may sometimes push over some of the progressive and transformative agenda they would like to drive, but they constantly fight for the global south and for Africa to have its voice in these spaces. The same is true to Me Selif, the first president of a country in a continent. She has been not only a diplomat in the sense of leadership, but a mentor for many women who go into governance. I've seen her track the different countries in the world, institutions such as our university, the University of South Africa, trying to look at how she could work with women to ensure that the constant mentorship of diplomats, especially women diplomats, becomes an important idea, not only as curriculum, but as training, as mentorship, and as an important contribution of women. I think these trailblazing women teach us a few things that are necessary even in a contested world that we live in, with the geopolitical systems, that the military violence, that the hegemonic military violence that is being discharged against the global south, but also some parts of global north that are in solidarity with the global south, require us to contributing in the transformation, but also the revision of the policy systems, the conventions, the agreements, and I hope in the presidency of South Africa of the G20, we will not be shy to raise some of these thematic areas that women have raised about inclusivity, transformation, solidarity, peace with justice, but also women not being in the periphery, but as partners in the imagination of the future of the continent and the world and their civilizations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. I mean, with such a rich reflections. And I really like the part where you were knitting together the trailblazers and their different contribution. And I think you've created a puzzle in our heads that actually begins to indicate that these other women have contributed in different things in a complex environment. And sometimes the biggest issue that we do is that we always ask a question about what success did they bring, but we don't think about the environment and the context into which they operate under. And the fact that they're in the room and they're making sure that women are represented, that's something that we should really, really honor. And thank you so much for that. And I think the transformative work, and I think we would probably need to think about how do we even reflect in that knitting. We don't only call them by names, but also we talk about the transformative work they've done to make a difference in the positions they hold, so that we're able to say it's not about them occupying the seats, but also it's the qualitative impact they've made in the positions that they hold. Thank you so much for that, Prof. I'm going to give Ambassador to step in and give her own reflections.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you so much, and my colleagues. And I'm grateful to be here among you today with all the ladies, the comrades, stalwart ladies in the struggle, and we still see them. And for the younger generation, I'm also so humbled to be here with you today. And to start with, I would love to express that my gratitude for the South Africans in general. And I always say that I'm privileged in these dark times that my country is facing, that I'm serving in a country like South Africa with people like South Africans that have so much respect for humanity, for human rights, and for human beings in general. To stand up among other nations and countries to take Israel to the ICC and the ICG is not something easy in the geopolitical regime paradigm that we are living in. So thank you, South Africa. I will not be that complicated and talk about feminism and talk about like all these, theories. I will share with you my humble and small experience in life. As a Palestinian woman, I was born, I was raised, I grew up, I went to school, and then I went to college, then I graduated, then I got married, and I got to work, all in a very abnormal situation, under an occupation. This by itself is not something easy because the normal things that people believe that are normal, I didn't have the luxury or the chance to live in. I had to take a permit to go every day from my hometown to another town in Palestine just to go to university. That simple. I never enjoyed freedom of roads. I never enjoyed freedom of sky. Everything was controlled. My ID card has a different color than the other Palestinian live in another city. And the ID card that used to be used to facilitate the life of people was a mean to suppress us because my ID card was green and the other people was blue and another sect of people was like red. So it depends on from where you are coming. At the checkpoint, you have to stand. Some days I have to stand on the checkpoints for like 3-4 hours just to pass to go to my university, missing some lectures and so on. This created in me like a kind of a challenge that I want to be there. I want to represent my country. I want to share my experience to the people outside who maybe support Palestine, but in general, but they don't know the details. And we always say that devil in the details. These small details make the whole difference, make the change, create in you the need to resist, the need to live normal life. I didn't seek like a luxurious life. I seek to live like only a normal life, to go to my school with no checkpoints, to drive like 2 hours without soldiers, without seeing walls and borders and like high walls separating one neighborhood from another. I'm sure that this experience that I'm talking about is very still relevant to many of South Africans who have been living apartheid. That's why we can see that the experience or the things that are happening in Palestine are still relevant to what happened in South Africa. To be honest, I never thought that I'm going to be an ambassador one day. Why? Because simply when the Palestine Liberation Organization came from exile to Palestine, we were not allowed by the Oslo Accords to establish a Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It's by law. We didn't have the right to do so. So in basic words, we didn't have the right to represent our country. So I just was a volunteer at the beginning when I finished my degree in English language and literature at the beginning, and then my master's degree in international relations. I joined the Palestine Liberation Organization, one of the offices, as a volunteer because I had a dream, and I believe in the dream of having a Palestinian state. And I want to, I'm getting emotional now. And I just want to do what I have to do. So I was volunteering, and then I got employed at one of the offices of the Palestine Liberation Organization. And there I start to learn from people who were in exile, and and they were always like teasing me and telling me like, come on, you don't belong to any political party. And I say, no, I don't. Why? And they say, because there is no Palestinian who doesn't belong to a political party. I say, no. I belong to Palestine in general. I'm a Palestinian. It's not because I want to represent my country, I should belong to a political party. I can belong, but I support, definitely. I affiliate with the biggest political party in Palestine, Fatah, which is a national movement, let's say. But I don't belong to any political party. And despite this, they were open. They taught me, and gave me the chance to move from there into Ministry of Women's Affairs at that time. It was newly established, and I started to become more and more engaging in the let's say, in the public sector frame. And then from Ministry of Women's Affairs, because I always have a soft point on women issue, I moved into the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which was established newly in 2005 as a de facto. The Israelis did not want this to happen, and we have to break the rules at some time and the procedures, just to say that we are there and we have the right to exist and we have the right to represent our country. I joined the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as like a junior diplomat at that time in 2009. Yes. And then I start to move from one place into another. First of all, I joined the Department for International Relations, very successful department. We managed to establish, me and my team, what we call now the Palestine International Cooperation Agency, which is the technical arm for the Palestinian diplomacy now, having a lot of programs in many areas in the world, especially in Africa. Then I start to become, after 6 years in this position, I start to become the Minister Assistant for the Latin America and the Caribbean Affairs, a huge position. I was too young. I had to learn Spanish to manage to add to my information about this continent and country. And then at that time, after 6 years also in that position, I was nominated to become an ambassador. And I had the chance to choose. I was blessed and I was like lucky, of course, in addition to the hard work, to choose and to come to South Africa as my first post as an ambassador and as the first woman in this ambassador in this country. Yet I was privileged and I was like lucky, as I said, but still I felt like very responsible. Why? Because I'm a career diplomat. And I don't belong to a political party, as I said, but I'm affiliated. My relatives don't work in the public sector. My father is a businessman, and my mother is a housewife who completed only 6th grade of education. So I felt that it's a big responsibility for me because I opened the door for many youngsters who share the same characteristics like me, and who are looking for a chance to be diplomats. And here I have to say that diplomacy or being a diplomat or being an ambassador, to be honest, it's not that you need to be in a certain place, in a certain frame. No, it's a mindset. It's a lifestyle. Here in South Africa, I am impressed, and I am getting impressed every day because I see women who represent South Africa the best way, and they don't belong to any frame. They are just women, talk about themselves, talking about their experience. I learn from them. Even sometimes they are coming from townships, sometimes they are coming from like disadvantaged areas, remote areas, but still they have that power to deliver the message. And here I say that be yourselves, love the thing that you do, and then you will have the ability to provide your message to the people, to the audience, because the people like simple people. They like simple messages, and this is how it shows. And before I conclude, it's like I cannot conclude without highlighting the plight of the Palestinian women, in particular in Gaza. I myself, I feel very small, and I always feel guilty when I'm talking about what's going on right now, because 65% of the people who has been murdered by the Israelis, now we are talking about more than 300,000 people, are women and children. So you can imagine the burden that is on women is to take care of the family, to take care of their injured kids, to take care of everything around them, and at the same time, the burden of the Israeli genocidal war. We salute these women because really, they are the role models for women under aggression. And in relation to the resolution of 1325, the UN Security Council resolution, we do that. These resolutions are important. But to be honest, nothing has been done for Palestinian women in war zones or in conflict area. When it comes to this is a very good literature, and it's important, yes, to add to the literature of the UN. But at the same time, we can notice that it is a failure also, because nothing is happening. Where is the UN agencies? We are talking about Security Council resolution that can be implemented. It's not like a General Council, United Nations General Assembly resolution. No, Security Council can be implemented, but it's just like nobody cares. And this is also leads us to more important question, is like the failure of the multilateralism in our days, in our times. This is something also that we need to look at, maybe to engage more women in the decision making in the United Nations. I don't know what is needed, but we need a kind of formula to engage more women, because whenever women are in the negotiations, whenever women are in the peacemaking or in this kind of context, they are more details oriented, they can achieve, they have the instincts of motherhood, that they can really take care of everyone and look at every aspect. So this is, I think, is an important demand, to include women more and more, not only in the decision making, but also in the negotiation process, in the United Nations agencies, in other agencies, multilateral agencies around the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. I think we South Africans share the history that you have. When we spoke about the identity card, I think all of us, it felt like a razor cutting through the heart when you had to move to certain areas with the permission, and if you don't have permission, you get taken back. But I like the point that you land on right at the end. It's at the heart of why women need to be really represented in diplomacy. Because diplomacy seeks to achieve three things. It's about negotiations, it's about achieving peace, it's about mutual beneficiation. And that's what we do as mothers every day. If you have more than 2 or 3 kids at home, you know that negotiation. You do it every day. You manage the other one with this leg and the other one with this one, but what's the objective? It's mutual beneficiation. You know, when we negotiate with kids for eating vegetables, they don't want to eat vegetables. And then you then start saying, you know, if you eat carrots, this is what you do. Now, and I think if we invest already on that very strong basic baseline, in fact, baseline that women have, invest and open up academies, you know, diplomatic academies that will train women to deal with diplomacy, but also as well as with peace building and mediation. And I think for me, that could be one of the strongest outcomes of today's conversation. Yologas, over to you, dear.
Thank you so much. Is this working? Yes. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Yes, my name is Yolokazi Mfuto, but I'm just in Gauteng, but I'm from Eastern Cape, KwaMathole, eXesi. Well, this topic for me takes me back from high school. I remember one time, because I couldn't afford to buy newspapers, I used to ask the grandfather from next door to give me newspapers after he's done reading them. And one day when I'm picking up the stack of newspapers, the Destiny magazine inside the newspaper, guess who was on the cover? Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma as the chairperson of the African Union Commission when she was appointed. And I read the article, I think it was about 3 pages. And at that time, I wanted to be a doctor. I'm like, I want to go into politics because women now in politics have space, right? And from then on, I was... From then on, I think my trajectory changed because I saw women who looks like me on a cover of a magazine doing amazing work. And then when she was profiled as the AUC chairperson, I could also read her profile, that she actually served the country as the foreign minister, and she was very instrumental in the OAU and the formation of the African Union in 2002. So my discussion today is going to maybe center women in foreign policy, not only as the leaders, as foreign ministers, but women as citizens, women as shaping discourse in various ways, right? And as much as foreign policy is termed as relations within states and mutual beneficiation, but I've seen the role women have played in South Africa and beyond in shaping discourse and in actually liberating other women, right? And South Africa, for now, we're advantaged because numerically we've done well. We've had 4 international relations ministers. We have a number of ambassadors who are female. We have women in positions of power, and in terms of gender equality, in numbers we are doing very well. But this would be greatly appreciated if that could reflect with the lives of women on the ground, lives of women, their quality of lives and their status, so that we are able to translate the gains we have politically on the ground for women to see themselves, so that when we see these women in these positions, also the GBV states on and the justice system is able to respond in a manner that is feminist, right? Because we have women in decision-making bodies. But as I was trying to think about this topic, and I was kind of like aggrieved to find out, and I just found out, but I think it was a realization that women oftentimes are erased in history, are annihilated, our gains are not recognized. For those who are in politics, and of course by association, the time you spend in your fraternity, chances are you'll find a partner in the same space you're working at. And most of the women that we see today and we celebrate, they're almost attached to the partners. And this is not the same for their counterparts, right? So it's important that when we sit in tables like this and discuss issues of foreign policy, particularly for people like Mam Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma and Unaledi Pando, Mam Lindwe Sisulu and others, it's important that we recognize the work they've done, and also we amplify their voices, because we run the risk of having their voices and their work alienated, because the political space is very patriarchal and male-dominated, right? And when we even look in history, the first convention that was held, of course, our history, I went to university, the curriculum is not yet transformed. In 1848, the first convention led by women, advocating for civil rights, advocating for them to be seen, to have a sense of belonging, for them to be heard. Of course, they were not heard, they were seen as if they are not fine mentally. Why would women want voices? Why would women want to vote, right? But a liberation, a revolution was born, right? There was in 1948, but also we saw the breaking of feminist theory, right? Particularly in France, in Europe. We're going to reference that because ours in Africa is not often documented, but I know very well there was a revolution happening in Africa. And then women still calling for universal suffrage, saying that we can also vote. We want to be more than just women. We don't want to be wives only. We want to make decisions, right? And then we saw the establishment of the United Nations when they were debating on what constitutes a human right, the definition. The person who actually assisted them, the First Lady of the United States, Ellen Roosevelt, saying that everyone is equal. Men, women, they must be equal, right? That is the birth of actually including women in foreign policy in multilateral institutions. And then 1946, we saw the establishment of the Commission of Status of Women, where we saw that actually the discussion is creeping in to say that we cannot have these discussions without having women, because the countries that are conflict zones, they are war-torn. Women are the most disadvantaged because women are killed, are raped, and oftentimes when the men are pushed to war, they are left at home to fend for their kids without often any social means, right? Socio-economic means. So it was important that the discussion was elevated in the Commission for Status of Women, and of course the famous letter that Eleanor Roosevelt wrote to women in the world, which was translated to 500 languages worldwide, to say that women do not cease to be part of discussions nationally and internationally. It's important that we have our voices heard in our communities, in our countries, and internationally. Do not tire. As the ambassador said, that women did not just want luxurious lives, they just wanted to be. They wanted to be seen. And then, I remember reading in my politics class, the Dominican Republic sisters who revolted against a dictator. And people were questioning, who are these women? Why would they revolt against the men? They revolted amongst people to actually storm the offices of the president. And then, unfortunately, they were assassinated. And you guess what? Women's lives do not matter, right? At that particular time, they did not matter. They were just recorded as deceased. But now, on the 25th of November, we remember those women as women who actually took up their space and their agents to say, we are going to actually challenge this president who does not even have a bit of care for women's rights. And of course, the Monrovia mass action in 2003, and the most controversial that I like so much, that was the birth of sexual reproductive health and rights. Because the women in their protest, they say, we are not going to engage in any of our rights in marriage, right? The sex strike, right? They're saying we are not. Because the agency for them to know that we have a right to say no to our husbands. That was the right we always fight for women to say no, even in the confines of marriage. They said no, and then the negotiations, they said if any man stands up in this room, we are not going to, they refuse to make resolutions for peace. We are going to remove our clothes. Even that agency to know that we have a right to dictate on what happens to our bodies, right? And 14 years of civil war in Liberia was resolved because women took a center stage and said, peace now. And then that was the birth and the first leader, female president of Liberia, May Ellen Sirleaf. And this shows that women has always been at the center of foreign policy, of shaping discourse in their countries and liberating not only women, liberating everyone, because marginalization was not, yes, as much as it's women, but also young people are marginalized, people with different abled, people of different races and so on and so forth. Women have been always at the forefront. And the establishment of the United Nations Women Directorate, the one that was led by our stalwart Mamwa, right, which has done incredible work in amplifying the plight of women across nations, right? And we've seen that even then, when civil society organizations would come and present cases of women, it was not only that we are going to listen to member states, we are going to listen to lives of the stories, the life stories of how have you survived the war? How have you survived your toxic marriage? For instance, May Sirleaf, in her memoir, in her biography, she speaks about how she left a marriage and for her to lead, then become a president. This also seeks to show that when women do things and write about what they've done and speak about what they've done, they empower others to do the same. There is a quote by Marina Wilson that as we are liberated from our own fears, our presence automatically liberates those around us. It means that when women do things, they show others that these things can be done. And I think I would like also to acknowledge the African National Congress for actually seeing women, right? And also in their reflection, in their 55th conference, right? They adopted a framework, but they wanted to amplify the memorization and symbolism of women who are stalwarts in liberation, right? People like Meke Trutshope, people like Mamu Charlotte Makleke, to actually keep them in memory that these women have fought for our liberation, because our liberation now is headlined, is the face of liberation movements, has been heavily men, right? And so it has been important that these women are not only just like written down, we make it an active and become intentional in having memory of them, in making symbols for them, to actually teach our children to know that actually these be women who have done amazing work, particularly in this world order now that is moving in a different direction, because their voices and the work that women have done is continuously being dissipated, it's annihilated. So as I'm going to land, and I think I also want to, because as much as we want to like highlight women as naturals and as people who are caregivers. And I think women have also done amazing work, scholarly work, right, in contributing to knowledge production. Like I was actually writing the newspaper, where she was writing about the struggles of women in different communities, writing about the struggles of women and also women who are single, women who are married, and women with children, and how they participate in political meetings. Because herself was part of the ANC's formation, but sometimes you never hear much about her and the work that she has done. So it becomes quite important that in our work, when we speak about diplomacy and foreign policy, we amplify the voices of women. Also, we don't forget them, but also we don't speak about the women who are politically motivated. Yes, they are all politically motivated, but who are part of politics. Ma Miriam Makeba, for instance, when she was singing, when she was standing in those stages, before she sings a song, she would explain the song and say, in South Africa right now, this is what is happening. And then she would dispel some of the stuff that has been said about South Africa to say that, no, our history doesn't start in 1652. Our history starts way before, right? So it's important that when we see women who shaping foreign policy, we see them beyond what is currently in our faces in terms of politics. But Mam Rubilia Makeba, Mam Lindy Mabuza, her work, we profile them, we give them platform. We profile them, we give them platform to speak about their amazing work. And now as I'm speaking here, I'm seeing the former premier of KZN, right? And who has done amazing work. But unfortunately, our media and the headlines have been very unfair to her. So it's our chance as people, as scholars, as women, to actually clap for other women when they do work. We take them with us, right? So those things are important. Yes, that's my contribution for now, and the one thing that I always want, it's important that women see women do things, and we know things can be done. Thank you.
That's true. I mean, thank you so much, Yolokas. I think, the mapping out of how women use their agency, but also that we should be the audience to women, but also accept that actually we allow men to make mistakes in leadership. We must allow women too. And we must not always be carrying a red pen, because patriarchal system provides opportunities for men to make mistakes, but it doesn't create a space for women to make mistakes. And I think sometimes we do make a mistake as women where we become custodians of patriarchy, and we're the first to criticize. And I think we need to commit ourselves into objectivity as often as we reflect and say that women are allowed to make mistakes. Now, I'm going to open up with about 10, 15 minutes, just reflections from the floor. If anyone would really like to say something or ask a question. I think there are different, there are different entry points that the speakers have taken. One on personal stories. Prof really reflected, on the transformative work that women are doing, knitting together all the puzzles of the trailblazers, and Yolokas really landed very well on really celebrating women and how we use agencies. Okay, so let's start on my left. I'm left-handed, so I'm going to start left. Okay, how many hands we have there? 1, 2, 3. And then we come to the center, and then we finish with this. Can we have mics? Or we can borrow, we can give our mics. Yeah. Maybe let me show.
Thank you very much, Program Director. My name is Mojalefa Siabelo. the current chairperson of Young Communist League at Wits, Jimmy Matlala, as well as serving in the district council. My question is directed to Ambassador Hanan. My question is, working in the embassy, working in diplomat, what is the ideal solution for what's currently happening in Gaza? Is it the current two-state solution that we're hearing? From your experience as well growing up, what would you like to see on a personal level, as well as your position that you serve? Thank you.
Yes, next speaker, that was very precise. Just one question per person. Proceed, ma'am.
Thank you. My name is Kanyezi Tavete, and I am the National Coordinator of the Young Women's Desk. And I just want to pose a question to the Young Progressive there on stage. We are very proud of you, ma'am, and would also like to stand on all protocol and really appreciate the keynote address of the DSG of the ANC that would have then laid a perfect foundation to have these kinds of conversations. But just for the sake of not pronouncing their names incorrectly, Comrade Chair of the session, Ms. Chido Cleopatra Mbemba is the youngest diplomat in the world whom is serving in the youth envoy for the African Union Commission. Ms. Bohulu Kinowende, who is the Minister of Minerals and Energy in Botswana, and currently in South Africa with a 43% representation of women in parliament and 35% in women representation in the National Council of Provinces. And Comrade Chair of the session, I just want to bring it to light that we still judge women with how they wear and judge their capabilities of leading based on that. And Comrade Chair of the session, it is a societal conditioning to judge a woman based on their first mistake. By association to a certain male leader, or by walking with a certain male leader, or presenting yourself, maybe you are a young person, you are doing events of young people, but now your ability to be a diplomat is judged based on that. And there is a leader within the ANC that says, failure to acknowledge the power of young women within our respective organizations will then translate to what we can do in government. Because in all of these countries, it took a realization that young women need to be represented. So my question is that what would be I don't know what I can say, but what would be a solution and a living solution to solve the problem of seeing a comrade for a comrade? Because this thing of saying that comrade nomtandas is a female comrade, it's wrong, because we are encouraging a sexist organization by doing so. So I just want to ask from all the panelists that what would be a living solution to this problem? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the plenary. My name is Kendi Musidi. I'm the chairperson of COSATU Gender Gauteng. Let me first start by saying happy birthday to Mom Angie. I think it's a birthday that we will forever remember. Every time we talk about the Freedom Charter, and her name will always come up. Happy birthday, Mom. These are very important platforms, and we do not take them for granted, especially in our space where we are talking to labor. Issues of women are very, very important, as a lot still needs to be done in that space. women, I think I'm going to say women because I believe this is majorities as, it's a safe space. It's a safe space. Thank you, ma'am. I think we need to introspect as women. And Comrade Yolokazi said that in a very light space. I think as women, we really need to introspect because I think we are our own enemies. And the more we keep on dilly-dallying and sugarcoating these issues, the more that we are not getting to serious solutions. Only if we could understand the power that we have within us and fixing each other's ground, not because we want to be seen doing something better, but fixing our crowns, each other's crowns, because we want to contribute to this transformative journey that we are going to. So I believe that we need to sit down as women and really introspect. I will tell you, in a workspace, no one, I don't know, it's a few ladies or women who want to work with other women. Because female bosses are treating females bad. Female bosses, do you understand? It's a few. There are good leaders of a woman. There are very, very, very good women leaders. But we are not even supporting them. Right? Their mistakes become bigger than the male counterpart. But I'm just going to close it and say that another one, I think Umam Angie also said it, that the issue of men, I think we need to bring them to the table. Kosatu today was hosting a round table for men because we are trying to open this space and saying, there is no culture in Africa that says a man should abuse a woman. Where did we learn these things? Where did they learn these things? And where did we drop the ball? And I think as women, we are the ones who should be leading these conversations towards our young men and making that they become very much progressive. Thank you, leaders.
Thank you so much. So I'm going to request that we straight to the question so that we get as much as possible. We don't have a lot of time. We have 15 minutes. Go ahead, Carmen. Ambassador Carmen.
Good day, I'm Ambassador Carmen Schmidt, former ambassador and former international relations, ANC International Relations Manager. I'm a transformative leader and diplomat and a professional speaker at this point in time. I want to ask one, before I just want to highlight 2 points. I know you said we must be quick, but I think it's very important. We talk about peace, women in peace. We've trained so many, and there's some of us that served in peace-building missions. Thanks to the likes of former minister and AU chairperson, because I grew up under you. I am because of many ribbon, I can name a whole lot of people that I worked with in international relations that raised me up. And if it wasn't for that, many of us wouldn't have been, including people like Zanele. But when you talk about practice in universities, you name a few people, selected few. And that's a problem, because there's many people that can impact and tell these stories. So where's our database of diplomats? And diplomats, as Ambassador Hannah said, is not necessarily only those that serve in DIRCO. There's internationalists that have served a test of time. So if you really want to turn out proper internationalists for the future, you need to use different age categories, different experiences, and you need to come find us. We're ready to serve. In this country, it doesn't have to be outside in a posting. Secondly, what does transformation really look like? Is a question that I want to ask. Because we talk about transformation in a vacuum. What is it to be a transformative leader? Do we really understand that notion? And it starts with you as a person. If you can't transform yourself, how do you transform others? And that is something that we need to really discuss. What are the tools to deal with ourselves, to be a better version for others and lift others up? And lastly,
I liked what the young woman said in what she recognized the major issue, the elephant in the room. And how will we address that elephant? Because if we don't speak openly, we keep on going around issues. If we don't start speaking openly about this, we will be speaking about this 20 years down the line. Thank you.
Malibongwe. Igama lamakhosikazi. Greetings, everyone. My name is Nozbusiso Mbatha, the Regional Coordinator of SASCO in Greater Johannesburg, and I'm also a member of the VETS SRC, serving in the Office of Student Development and Support Officer. Chimamanda Adichie Ngozi speaks about the danger of a single story, where when a particular story or a particular narrative is told over and over again, it becomes a definite truth. And I think in our first encounter of knowledge, and especially in schools and in the curriculum that we engage with, from a basic education up until higher education, has been from a colonial point of view and has always been from a patriarchal point of view, which has then made it very easy for women to find it hard to find expression and representation. I think you said one of the most profound things that you said, the system has allowed men to make mistakes, but for women they can't make mistakes and they can't, do anything because the system has not been very accommodative of them. And one of the reasons why we have found it very fitting to have a red pen when women make mistakes is because we have never been taught to believe that women can do particular things and everything. And because of that, the curriculum itself becomes the problem. I mean, the young woman here, and I'm very sorry that we keep forgetting your name and referring you to a young woman. Yes, she spoke about the pivotal role that women played in history. And as someone that studied history from grade 10, and I'm even majoring in history since I'm an education student, I have came into little encounter with what she has told us. And even in the formation of the ANC, we are not told about the women that did it and how they came into contributing to the formation of the party that we align with and find expression in it. So this is why I have an honor and privilege to lead in a student organization that has now introduced something called the Student Charter, which has many pillars and point of actions that we want to do in transforming the higher education sector. But in its pillars, it also speaks about the transformation of curriculum. And I think in the South African School Act, there has been an amendment with the Bella Act, but we are saying in the Higher Education Act, there must be amendment through the Student Charter, which is to transform the curriculum and be able to tell stories that have always been backgrounded and stories that always make women like subordinates or never even like silence and never amplify their voices. So my question my question is that I think we are from a point of privilege because we are an ANC that is in governance and that has the power to make transformations policies, especially when it comes to education as a cornerstone of the transformation of society. So how can the ANC in governance be able to help SASCO in its journey to transform the Higher Education Act and to amend the Higher Education Act through ensuring that the curriculum is transformed so that these discussions of women being powerful doesn't end in such sittings, but we see it reflective of on the ground, on the knowledge that we encounter in schools and in, Thank you.
Love that question. Love that question.
Thank you
Okay,
so
I'll
much.
allow you 30 seconds.
Very,
Yes.
brief.
Okay.
So my question is to Prof. Prof, you spoke about like the leadership spaces, and I'm very honored as a young leader to be in these seatings. But my question is, in spaces like leadership spaces, women and femininity being seen as a disadvantage, how do we reclaim that and ensure that our femininity is seen as a strength? And to Umama in the middle, just a short one. You spoke about the GBV rates, and we know in South Africa, very, very high. So how do we, as young student leaders, still advocate whilst, like you see the case of Ulrato, she did everything right. And as soon as they spoke about it, they speak to the woman. They say, do this, and she followed all the protocol. So how do we ensure that we are still advocating for women's rights, but not, but bringing a change that is also seen on the ground? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Tandiwe Mfulo, the lady with the golden voice.
Yes.
I'm the national organizer of ANC Disabled Disability Desk. My question is going to be to all three of you. Professor, you talk about actual transformation. And also there's fragmentation. What is it that you think should happen? Because I'm talking from experience as a disabled woman, that when it comes to women issues, when it comes to women, disabled women are the worst, that are discriminated, their rights are violated, and they are done by women and men. So where do we run? Because both these people find us not as women. I was making an example last on one of the workshops I conducted. I said, when we are women sitting here, all of us are putting lipsticks. Is there? That question also goes to all three of you. And what plan do we have to make sure that we are including women with disability? Because I'm telling you, Mina, they even say, this one is very rude. Because sometimes you are trying to talk and no one listens to you and they pretend that they understand you. They will say, no, don't worry, disability will give food parcels to you. Did I say I want food parcels? So those kind of things. So you end up fighting with everybody because no one is listening. And all that can say about disabled people is they are rude. No one is listening to what you're saying. The other thing is, Yolokazi, my dear, you told the truth. Life of people on the ground. Meaning, our training, our education, whatever is happening, it should start from the ground. I was telling people to say, I've never knew that I'm disabled. Because at home, I was treated like any normal child. I grew up being disabled. I don't know how to work with you on my high heels, no. And I don't want to do that. But what happened, when I go outside and start to meet other disabled people, I realize that there's more ill treatment. Because it's a culture thing also, it's a belief thing, it's a societal thing to say, having a disability, you need welfare or you need help. And as we are talking, I've never seen a research that is talking about, I know leaders in disability who have made sure that issues of disability are on, but I've never seen anyone talking about that. So I want to say to all of us here, charity begins at home. If ANC is saying it's there for women, I want to see in my branch where I'm being counted as part of women. I'm being counted as part of human beings. Then I will know that really charity begins at home. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. So we have one last hand in this block and then we move to this.
Thank you, Chair. Kamalam Nokolo Matonsela of the Waiseweed Gauteng chapter. Mine is a comment/question. In my early 20s, I was part of the Mam Gertrude Chope program at DERCO, and I'm one of the graduates of that peacekeeping initiative. And one of the things that I wanted to input to this house is that programs such as that would be such a great opportunity for us. Wait, before that, South Africa's already been established as the benchmark for democracy and having come from a place of conflict. So keeping in mind programs such as the Mam Gertrude Chope program and the idea that we are used as a benchmark for democracy, how do we establish platforms with our counterparts, and by counterparts I mean the youth, of nations that are in conflict, such as Palestine, such as the DRC, so that the youth can have a seat at the table in the negotiations, in negotiating for peace. So how do we, as South Africa, when we're looked to as a benchmark, include this dialogue of what is it we feel were not catered for and was left out, perhaps in the negotiations in '94 leading up to now, with the hindsight of having then had 31 years of democracy? Thanks.
Thank you. Move on this side.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. My name is Molly Lamini. I'm representing the South African Communist Party from the Central Committee. I'd like to greet all the mothers, all the leaders present, all my leaders, esteemed leaders here. Women in diplomacy. I've served as a student leader in the diplomacy space and as a former trade unionist, and I would like to propose something, Comrade Pelisa, and propose that let's, as South Africa, first of all, as South Africa, we've done well in deploying women, especially in different missions. Looking at the stats that Comrade DSG raised of 21%, I think we've done well, and we surpassed the 21%, which is an average. But I'd like to propose that we also deploy women in diplomatic missions that are ravaged by conflict, so that we don't only send men in those missions, because the assumption is that if you're a woman, you are vulnerable. You can't lead a mission where there's conflict. And that is limiting also when we need now to deploy, or rather to see women rise, especially South African rise, in the multilateral space of peace and security, because the United Nations General Secretary would deploy somebody who had had that experience of having been deployed at their country level first, before they can have confidence in sending them to, at the multilateral level. So that's what I would like to propose, Comrade Pelisa, as part of the outcomes of this workshop. But to also say, let us create pathways for South African women diplomats in multilateral, continental, sub-regional bodies, because our focus is just from diplomacy from South Africa to missions only. We have not really created the space, opened the space to prepare comrades to be deployed, or rather, not comrades necessarily, women in diplomacy. And I'm glad that in South Africa, for the first time, we have a woman commissioner in the African Union. So can we just spread this diplomacy? Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much. Let me take this opportunity and greetings to the panel members as well as the facilitator, and speak on and stand on the protocol that has been established. We would wish to appreciate that indeed the presentation made by the leadership as well as the panelists, it's quite encouraging. But safe to indicate that in as much as we've done well in South Africa, this subcommittee that is led by Umama Angie is the subcommittee that must be vigorously attend to the full representation of women in all aspects. We are here guided by the first DSG into the contribution that we must make into this subcommittee, and safely to indicate that as programs are running, as projects are running, including the 2026 local government election, is the guideline of the African National Congress assisting for women equal representation into the program that is coming, which all of us were comfortable when the ANC was over 50% and able to advocate for women
in the list that we're calling a PR list, PR list. Local government, where women are playing an important role into basic services and rendering services to our people, are women that do not exist. We have seen women being threatened, women being chased away into this equal position of power when young people were saying umuntu omusha epalini, and women were at the back foot where they were saying if there is a male in the poll, then women must take PR list. And what have we received? Nothing. And therefore it should be this committee that advocate to say, if young women have advocated young people into the poll, we must also advocating women into the poll. For us to be able to get in and advocate for women leadership. And my question to the professor is that, Prof, in the geopolitics, are we finding these countries that are at war on a special type of colonialism? And are these countries that are at war, are women organized in a manner that they are able to rebuild, or they are hopeless of the work that they've done that has been destroyed by the war? And what is our role with the women, International Women Organization, for rebuilding for those women? And indeed, want to support the notion that says, into this international discussion for peacekeeping programs, women should also be part of it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to give my panel, thank you so much, comrades. I'm going to give my panel 3 minutes each to really reflect on the questions, and they may not entirely really be conclusive. But I think issues that are emerging here actually are a strong indication that we should not be gathering for Women in Diplomacy Day only. But I think there are continuous questions, there are governance questions that are coming out. There are questions of how do we craft a transformative, very clear transformative agenda to make it sure that actually in the multilateral system we're influential, because we believe that system works and that system must be supported because it benefits global citizens. So I'm going to allow each panelist to really reflect on the questions, and I think the subcommittee might want to do a regrouping again and have a conversation on some of the key issues that are really coming out. I think concrete proposal, pathways for women to participate in multilateral institutions. I think one of the true facts is that women are underrepresented, South Africans are underrepresented, and that's something that and pathways for even training, academy, et cetera, et cetera. I'm going to give you first, Ambassador, 3 minutes. Prof, I think you've had the more questions, so you'll be the last to take up questions. Go ahead, Ambassador.
Thank you so much. We'll start with the first question, with the first answer about Gaza. As the genocide is unfolding, there are priorities for now. First of all, immediate ceasefire, then opening the humanitarian corridors, and then stop the displacement for the Palestinian people. We are talking about like 2.2 million Palestinians that has been displaced several times during this genocide. So these are the priorities for the time being. On the long run and the medium term also, we need a political solution, because the issue of the Palestine is a political issue. It's not a humanitarian issue. It's not an issue only of religion or human rights. It's a political issue. The occupation is a political issue that needs to be solved from its roots. So ending the Israeli occupation, ending the Israeli apartheid to Palestine is the solution. The modality for this, unfortunately, the two-state solution is not viable now on the ground, because Israel is depending on the expanding the settlements, grabbing the Palestinian land on daily basis. We are losing land for the sake of an expansionist occupational entity. So what we need, but still, the only solution that's still on the table and still backed by the international society, the international community, until now, is the two-state solution. So we have, this is the only, that's why we still stick to the two-state solution, because it's the only window that's still open and backed by the international community. Until the international community comes together under the umbrella of another peace conference like the Madrid Peace Conference or Oslo Accord, we have to stick to the two-state solution, despite the fact that the two-state solution is not viable on the ground anymore because of the Israeli settlement and grabbing of the Palestinian land. So basically, the solution or the modality is, or the equation is easy: live and let others live. The immediate ceasefire for the time being, enabling Palestinians to get their food. We are looking at a systematic destruction of a nation now. We are looking at a systematic starvation, systematic genocide by a terrorist entity. So basically, I hope that I answer all your questions. I want to tap on something that most of you have said, which is like the transformation. From our experience, I'm talking to the lady there with the Palestinian scarf. You are talking about like why women do not support each other. From my experience, our experience mainly, it is because of insecurity. When women are secure, they support each other. They support people around them. When women are insecure for many reasons, mainly when you get your position because of support of others, not because you really work on yourself, you educate yourself, you get your job. We always rush things. Especially, this is my advice for youngsters. Don't rush things. Take your time, learn, step by step in your career, and then you will get there. Then you will be secure, you will become a boss, you will help the people around you because you reach there because you earn the things you did not fight for them. This is my advice. As for the transformation, and especially when it comes to special needs and people or any other dimension, transformation doesn't come because it's only because an individual decision. Transformation comes when a state put laws and procedures in order, in force. Nobody is above the law. So when there are laws and procedures in force, people has to abide by, and these laws should be sensitive to vulnerable people, to women, to marginalized groups. Then we can reach to the real transformation that we need. Education is an important pillar in the transformation. Everything should be embedded in our curriculums from young age until university, and culture, which is more important even than, unfortunately, sometimes it's even more important than religion or than education or than political education or than anything else. We have to work on our culture and to make it adaptable and to make it open to include inclusive culture, to include everyone in the society and look at them at the same degree of respect and the same level of respect, equality.
Well, thank you everyone for the questions. Firstly, something I did which was wrong. I'm part of the 40 Autumn School board, right? Not the board, the alumni network. But the board leadership is here. They are women. There's Mondekazi Njele here, who's a lawyer. She's there. She serves in the board. And Zikama Weni, who's our chairperson. I'm saying this also to dispel the notion that women are often do not want to work together. I've seen women working together. I've seen women succeeding. I'm a product of getting spaces and being afforded platforms to speak like this. They are afforded by women, right? So I've seen women doing amazing work. And currently, the leadership there gave us a list of women who are diplomats, particularly including Chido, her predecessor was Aya Chebi. They were a representative of young people. And that platform was actually crafted by Mam Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, actually, where they actually gave a platform for young people's views to be heard at the African Union. I myself was part of the African Union, 1 million by 2021 young people in 2019 in Addis Ababa. Fortunately for me, I was able to engage the chairperson of the time to engage on issues of young people. So I want to say that it is a myth that women do not support each other. It is a heteronormative, and we've been fed this thing that women do not support each other. I come from a village. There's so many stockfords that are successful. They are led by women. They don't kill each other. They work together. So it's important that even in that transformation of the curriculum, we teach that women have supported each other. In South Africa, the first commission of Electoral Commission, Mam Brigalia Bam, she said that we as women, we advise each other. If there's a post, take it. If I'm not available, I'll call you to take it. So it's important that we tell the story, not just a single story, that women have supported each other, and women are human. They have differences, right? We are going to have differences. But also one thing I wanted to highlight, moderator, the basis. South Africa in practice resembles the Sweden feminist theory, foreign policy theory. That is grounded on the 4 R's, right? Representation, rights, representation, resources, and reality. Rights, right for women to actually participate and be included. Representation for women, for decisions to include women, right? For women to include in decision making. 3, resources. When you put women in positions of power, when we establish organizations, resource them, fund them, create space for them to be fruitful, right? Lastly, reality. As much as we have women in positions of power, women are doing amazing work. Currently, universities are doing amazing work. We have vice chancellors who are women. But it's important, also VETS, right, has had a number of women who are SRC presidents and the SRCs. They're doing incredible work. SASCO is doing incredible work. EFF is doing incredible work to ensure that women are represented. But it's important that we advocate for the change of the justice system when it relates to GBV. Because currently the reporting is done, but we are failed when we report. We are failed at the courts. We are failed when actually we have to get results. The cases, they take 2 years. You go and explain your story. This guy raped me. This man killed my sister. This man abused me. So the justice system has to change. And how do we change it? We must advocate and not get tired. Let's not just be headlines, or we go with the friends that someone, unfortunately, has been killed. We go on a march and then we keep quiet. We write papers. We inform policy. We advocate with those in political organizations, influence policy positions to ensure that the justice system change. It does not just protect women when they just go and report the case, but to see them fulfilling the whole process of testifying and ensuring that the perpetrators are put behind bars. So it's important that these conversations are had. And also, lastly, ma'am, on disabilities. Unfortunately, currently now, worldwide, people with disabilities are infantilized. When we even talk with people with disabilities, there's this thing that people do when they feel like they can't have their own agency, right? They can't be part of certain things. And I always speak against, it's important that we include maybe the groups and but they are human beings. They must be central to the discussion, that when we discuss an issue of bread and butter, it should include people with disabilities, not to just say, yo, we'll bring food for you, but they must be part of the production of the food and butter discussion. So I think it's important that we dispel that and we ensure that people with disabilities, we don't just see them as infants. We don't infantilize them. They are human beings like us, and they can inform decisions like everyone else. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'd like to lean on what you have just said. Perhaps when we talk about universal access for people living with disabilities as an important imperative in our discussion on diplomacy, it's something that is non-negotiable. It's central because this is the logic, the philosophy, and the idea that has always been central, that all of us are human and all of us have the agency and all of us must demand from the system, whether academic or social, the possibility of that. But I think what you were raising, perhaps we are compartmentalizing the question of universal access for people with disabilities as though it's a separate question from the justice question. It's not. For me, I think what we need to do as women is really to look at the structural, systemic intersectionality that allows us to look at all elements that marginalize one another. Because when we recognize that, we will be able to not only identify a particular category, but it will be part of the systemic commitment to addressing oppressions. And I say this with a great appreciation, because I was also concerned when the discussion about women hollowing out women. I think we should ask, when women hollow other women, what is the grammar or the logic or the ideas that has trained them? And how do we help them to undo such grammar? So I feel it's not the discussion about patriarchy or kyriarchy, this interconnectedness of oppression, hierarchies, violence, and whatever, is still an important arena for our advocacy. Because even with the diplomats or ambassadors, whether in the academy, in political system, my sister, you were saying, I'm only speaking about women in multilateral institutions. It's a pity my paper was a bit long. The archive is larger than just the women who led the multilateral institutions. Science diplomacy is an area of interest. Young women in diplomacy are part of it. We need to expand our database of diplomacy and therefore look at it. But I thought, if we look at internalized racism, internalized sexism or patriarchy, those are some of the aspects that we use to create barricades to recognizing the empowerment or the relationality that we should forge to undo all forms of oppression that negate our humanity as women, whether women in positions of responsibility or leadership, whether women living with disabilities, whether women in our different generations, young included. So I think this is quite an important area. The one part, this is a debate. I come from a university, we debate. We don't have the last word. I think it is quite odd for us to assume that women go to, to assume that political parties must be, we must have a lens of suspicion on political parties. I think political parties are necessary. I think the African National Congress is even more important as a liberation and emancipatory political party whose logic was not just for the liberation of a particular few, but of always looking at the human being. And I think, colleagues, if we start now being shy about the place of political parties as an important institution in a formation of a society, including in identifying progressive leaders in the varied systems of our society, will make a major mistake, because it is in those political parties, including in this important political party, that we must rally around for transformative purpose and not be shy about it. The women that we have said in the formal institutions, multilateral systems, they come from political parties. Yeah. But if they come from regressive political parties that don't even put women in their leadership, remember there was a province somewhere that just had one woman and all men in the cabinet. We should look into this critical analysis and not be shy. So I don't want to come here, colleagues, and engage as though it's a monolithic. It is a constant agitation for social justice or for justice against gender-based violence. But women are not only about gender-based violence and femicide. They are about infrastructures. That's why our commissioner in the AU, we must, in a continent that is riddled with the requisite need for infrastructures, decent homes, decent sewage systems, decent public infrastructure that is necessary. I think diplomacy must just be beyond that, and for us as women, we must think about it in that way. The other thing I think as women, we need to move beyond the personal. There's always the adage that the personal is political. Oftentimes we stop at the personal. It is important. We need not negate it. But it is political, meaning our personal experiences must always be interconnected with the structural, systemic. Let me give an example. I recognize that I'm a leader in a position of authority and privilege. But in a cultural context of patriarchy, I am, I can easily be trampled upon by men who don't even have the authority or the honor, to say anything, if I were to put it like that. And let me give you an example. We come from different spaces. We need to empower one another. So the union, for instance, I'm talking to my sister from Kosatu. If a woman boss is not kind to you, who trained her? And what do we do to create training platforms to help us extricate ourselves from patriarchal conduct? I think that's quite important. But I also think the pathfinders, you must always, in this instance, I know that Ma'am Nkosazana, the charter, the Freedom Charter, you said you negotiated with it even at your young age. No, I'm just saying, it started with you at least already with some experience. I think, colleagues, we also have to affirm our icons. The world is always hollowing out the women who raise their hands for transformative purposes. It's very important, therefore, that collectively, as we speak about diplomacy, that we look at how we also look at the positives, affirm them, whilst correcting the so-called negatives. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much, Prof, for that intersectional response. I think this was really rich. As I said earlier, it's inconclusive. I think, comrade from Kosatu, come and talk to Prof and Yologas. I think the point is very clear, is that all of us are product of patriarchy, and it's important that we consistently reflect on the type of decisions that we make. But also, we must also understand that also when women ascend into position of power, they also inherit a culture of patriarchy in institutions. And it's always such a challenge for them to change the institution. And I think what we need to do is to get women into these conversations so that we help them as well to really, really unlearn some of the oppressive ways of leadership and decision making. With those remarks, thank you so much, colleagues. You've been a great audience. Thank you very much, comrades.
To the young ones who are in the room, hey,
Le ingoma lezi kudala sizilalela niyocompose nini nina? Yes, bona bayakwazi ukucompose ezinye ingoma balokhu babambelele lezi ezethu. Niyocompose nini nina to your time. Thank you very much. We are racing against time, so I will have to please be allowed not to do long introductions of the people who are going to speak, because siyabazi, and if we need to Google some of them, we want more information, please Google. I won't even do the summary of the previous, because at the end, there's a team that's putting things together. We're now going to the dialogue session of women's voices in the G20. I would please call upon Usisi Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, former minister and chairperson of the African Union Commission. I will call upon Ranji Reddy, Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability. I will call, I think there's a third person there.
which scared me at the time, because I left the country in 1976. Well, I'm 76 years old, so don't worry. I left the country in 1976. I went to the ANC. And then in the same year, 76, the OAU then organized a special summit in solidarity with what was happening in South Africa, especially in Soweto, what had happened. They organized that summit. So I was put as part of the delegation to go to that summit. And that was my first experience of anything diplomatic. But what scared me most was that when we got there, they said, you are going to speak on behalf of the ANC. I addressed heads of state then, not knowing that 33 years later I'll be chair of that organization. So that's why I'm saying we join political parties, we get organized, and that is, and I'm happy that Comrade Angie is organizing us in this way. But let me say that, oh, sorry. Let me say that for us to succeed also, whether politically or economically, or it's okay, or academically, or in whatever area of human endeavor, because women must be in every area of human endeavor. Yes, diplomacy, but in every area of human endeavor, you must be there. But as a diplomat also, you can't represent your country if you don't know what education policy of your country is, or health policy, or any policy. So you have to understand everything about your country. But I think the important thing is that we must, as women, skill ourselves. But we must also have access to resources, financial and otherwise. We must also be given opportunities so that we are able to equitably compete with our male counterparts. And as women, because we're also talking economy here, we must have access to property rights, especially land, because everything happens on land. There is nothing you can do without land. You are even sitting on land. You stand on land. You school on land. You go to health on land, business on land. Even if you want to go to Mars, you start on land. So we have to have those access. And that will allow us to exercise the power we have. Women have power, but they don't have spaces to exercise it. So those things will allow us to then be able to exercise that power. It will also allow us to have choices and to have voices and to have freedom. And also, if we empower women in all those areas, it's not for the benefit of the individual women. It's for the benefit of the household, of the community, of the country, of the continent, and of the world. Because there's no country that can reach its full potential, or continent that can reach its full potential without the full participation of women. So we are part of the success. There can be no success without us. But we still face quite a lot of barriers. And some of the barriers have been mentioned. Safety and security, our safety and security. Pay gap, nobody has mentioned the pay gap. Why should we earn less doing the same job? And that is something that we must fight, Comrade Angie, with this committee. All of us must fight that. And also harassment at work, unpaid labor. People say women don't work. There's no woman in any part of the world that doesn't work. We work every day, every woman works. It's just that the majority of women do unpaid work, but it's work. But the chair said I must talk more about the AU. Maybe let me go then to the AU. The AU has an agenda, and it's called Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. And the reason it's Agenda 2063 is because the OAU was established in 1963. And then in 2013, it was celebrating 50 years. So in 2063, it would be celebrating the centenary. So that's why we made it a 50-year plan. This plan, the Africa we want, what type of Africa do we want? The one we have, me, I don't want. I think all of us don't want. So it's about creating the Africa we want. The Africa we want is an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa. And its prosperity is driven by its own citizens. And it must be an Africa that represents a dynamic force in the international arena. That's the Africa we want to build. And how did we come to that? We had consultations with almost every sector of society. Youth, women, religious leaders, scientists, artists, trade unionists, you name it, we had consultations. And they gave us their ideas of the Africa we want. We didn't sit at the AU and decide what Africa we want. And it has 4 aspirations. I won't go into details with those aspirations. You can read them yourself. But the first aspiration is that we want a prosperous Africa. We don't want to be poor. We want a prosperous Africa, and we want an Africa that has sustainable development, an Africa where we will eradicate poverty. Africa is rich. Everybody knows that. But our riches are on the road, on the rail, going to the ports, being taken to other countries. And that's why Africans are poor. So we want an Africa that will stop those riches from going to the ports, but get them processed and beneficiated here. An Africa that will industrialize. That's the Africa we want. And therefore, can then use those resources, the revenue from those resources, to develop its economies, to ensure that the Africans have health, have education, have proper housing, and that the cities and our rural areas are hubs of culture and economy. So that's the Africa we want. That's just aspiration 1, but actually aspiration 1, when you read it, it will be more than a page. It will be, I'm just summarizing. Aspiration 2, I know sometimes in South Africa we think, oh no, we're okay alone. We are not. Let me say that we are not. We must be an Africa that is politically united, that is based on Pan-Africanism and African Renaissance. You see, what's the advantage of a united Africa, integrated Africa? If you are a business person selling something here in South Africa, your market is 60 million plus people. But if you see yourself as an African who lives in South Africa, your market is 1.4 billion people. So it doesn't make sense to want to close ourselves in this artificial border that our colonizers drew for us. So that's why we are in the process of operationalizing the Africa Continental Free Trade so that we can trade amongst ourselves. Our immediate market will be more than 1.4 billion people. But also an integrated Africa must have a world-class infrastructure. Infrastructure that connects us, roads, rail, ports, airports, ICT infrastructure, energy infrastructure, water, world-class infrastructure that we can use to crisscross the continent as we trade amongst ourselves. And we must not be imprisoned by the borders that were not drawn by us. The third aspiration is an Africa of good governance, democracy, respecting human rights, justice, and rule of law. And the fourth is a peaceful and secure Africa. I think a lot has been said about peace on the continent and how to resolve conflict, so I won't dwell in that. And the fifth aspiration is also a very important aspiration because it's about our cultural identity and common heritage and values and ethics as Africans. And our diversity must be seen as a strength, not as a weakness, and not as a source of divisions. The tapestry of our culture and languages must be a source of strength on the continent. So that's aspiration 5. And that means we must also develop our creative industries and make sure that we are proud of our culture, because the colonizers made us feel that our culture was barbaric and all that. No. And our indigenous knowledge, we must be proud of that. There's going to be a medical school opened. I won't name the country, you will see the photos later in the next month. There's a country that's going to open a medical school that's going to be very unique. It's going to teach medical students like all medical schools do, but in addition, it's going to teach them about our indigenous knowledge in medicine. So I won't tell you where, I'll leave it as a surprise, but in about 2 or 3 weeks' time, you will know. That's aspiration 5. Aspiration 6 is that the Africa's development must rely on the potential of African people and the diaspora, especially women and youth, and caring for children. So aspiration 6 acknowledges that the development of the continent will not be complete. In fact, won't happen, as it's not happening, if we leave out women and youth. So women and youth are seen as an important pillar for the development of our continent. And again, in the interest of time, I won't go in detail, but let me say that youth on the continent are the majority. Women are also in the majority. So if you leave those two, who do you have on the field? You have nobody. You have just few men. So youth and women are critical to play an important role in the development of our continent. And what should we be developing on our continent? Earlier, I talked about our mineral resources. I also talked about infrastructure. But what about food, agriculture? The continent is in an embarrassing situation as we speak. We probably will be spending more than $100 billion importing food. That's disgraceful, isn't it? Shouldn't be, because the land that is available in the world for agriculture, 60% of it is on our continent. So we should actually be able to feed ourselves and even help feed the world. So agriculture is going to be very important. What we eat also determines who we are. Yes, it does. One professor from Ghana says that what is in your medicine cabinet is a consequence of what is in the kitchen. So agriculture is very important. But there are people, especially in the rural areas, it's always very sad to see women and young people selling fruit along the road, mangoes and so on. It's sad because half of their produce gets rotten before it's sold, right? So, according to Agenda 2063, that shouldn't happen. You should either be able to have cold storage, or you should be able to start a factory and make juice or pulp or paste, tomato paste or whatever, instead of letting the produce rot. So that's the Africa we want. So that we can have factories all over. And I want to challenge some of you to visit Benin. It's a small country in Africa. And visit a project called Songhai Project. It's a wonderful project. I'm going to end with it. That Songhai project was started by a Catholic priest. He asked for agricultural land. They gave him wasteland, 40 hectares of wasteland. And he turned that into a very productive agricultural project. But what's unique about it is that he has engineers, mechanical engineers, who produce implements. They don't buy things from outside. They are off-grid. They use the waste from agriculture to produce gas and to produce electricity. The fruits they grow, they produce juice on the farm, and they export it. They don't buy fertilizers and stuff. What comes from the animals, chickens, pigs and stuff, goes to the field. What comes from the field feeds the animals. He also has aquaculture. They do catfish, which they export to Nigeria. So they are self-sufficient. And because they were Western countries, people coming to see the farm, he then built a small hotel for them to stay when they are there. So they are just completely, and now they have a training sector there, where if you want to train in aquaculture, they'll train you. They even produce their own feed for all the animals, even for the fish. They make it on the farm. It's people were coming from, even Western people were coming to see that place. It's on our continent. If we can replicate that, and that 40 hectare, at the time I visited it, which was some time back, it had a turnover of 20 million US dollars. Yes. So I just want to say, you can, if we do the right thing, people who are in agriculture can be self-sufficient, and we can stop begging for aid. Because Sankara said, who feeds you controls you. And the British say, who pays the piper calls the tune. So you can't be liberated if you live on aid. We mustn't live on aid. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Comrade NG, maybe you might arrange for some women to go visit there. Maybe we can, some other comrades who are here might arrange to go visit so that when we can learn here next door. Thank you very much for that. I'm going to ask Arena to speak because she has to leave in the next few minutes. So over to you. I give you 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. I like how earlier I was comrade, but now it's it's back to business. I want to speak to you today about the T20. And before I do that, I just want to ask everyone, who asked when you heard that South Africa was going to host the T20 or G20 presidency? Who asked, why does South Africa need to hear it? Need to host it? Just by raise of hands. Let's not be shy. I was one of them. Why do we need to host the G20? We have enough problems of our own. Okay, there's a few of us. And so I think most of us actually asked that question at the same time. And I want to highlight that this is just showing what kind of transactional reality we live in, right? At the same time, I thought this world needs to change majorly. I'm sure everyone in this room also agrees the world needs to change. And so I'm going to come back to this point. Now, coming to the G20, the T20, and the T20 is supposed to be the ideas bank for the G20, the think tanks. And there are several engagement groups in total. The think tanks are one of them, and you'll hear from a few of the others. And what they do, what we do, is we bring together think tanks, academics, and we talk about financial and economic reform. And we make these kinds of recommendations to the governments and to policymakers. And with South Africa's presidency of the G20 this year, it's co-coordinated by 3 think tanks: the Institute for Global Dialogue associated with UNISA, the Institute for Pan-African Thought and Conversation at UJ, and the South African Institute for International Affairs at WITS. And so together we are coordinating global experts. It's not us bringing together social scientists and saying, let's grapple with these problems alone. We're engaging the technical experts here. And we're corralling all these these experts and forcing them just to solve these kinds of problems in maybe 3 pages, which is incredibly unfair for academics, to say the least. I know I only have 5 minutes and there's so much to say about it. Coming to the T20, coming to the G20, when you're looking at it like from an outsider perspective, the problem is in implementation. The layperson is not able to see why this matters to them. Why does global policy actually matter to my South African policy, my reality? And so, as think tanks, we want to be in this environment. We want to say to our government, for example, look at our evidence-based research and let us create this culture where our governments, respective of all G20 countries, are coming to us first as the premier location where progress lives and finds inspiration. So, under the theme, consolidate and sustain for the T20, we're building on top of the previous G20 engagements, but we're looking for this kind of coherence going forward. What can we find in terms of the Global South? The last few presidencies have been hosted by Global South countries. Now, next year, we're going into a US hosting the global, the G20, and we're all wondering, how do we take this forward with a partner? Because the US, regardless of leadership currently, will still be a partner. They are still a global player. And so as South Africans, we know to engage, even those who agitate us, in conversation, right? Because we're all a family at the end of the day. So in this context, you do have a number of working groups or task forces within the T20. And I'm not going to go through all of them. We have a fantastic website. If you Google T20, unfortunately, it is going to give you cricket. But if you Google T20southafrica.org, I think that's going to give you our website. So coming to the T20, coming to women in diplomacy, and where do we find women in this year's T20, I think is the crux of the issue as well. And I'm the first to say that this is a significant gap because there is an expectation that women, or where women feature on the agenda, is supposed to be cross-cutting. And yet it is not. But it's not a problem. Let's not focus on that, because at the end of the day, how does the G20 and T20 work? And that is really based on active citizenship with all of the engagement groups that are engaging. The T20 doesn't just stop this year for us because we stop hosting this year. We have to continue following it, and we have to see where is the trickle down from global policy into local policy or South African national policy, and how is it going into provinces and municipalities? Can we draw that golden thread? If I was to make that most relevant example for you, one year, I think it was South Korea that hosted the G20. Their declaration was, everyone needs to have a bank account. And very quickly after that, with bank accounts, it was a global uptake. It was at the right time to make that justification and that recommendation, because it just took off quite quickly, and it was something that each country could actually implement quite easily. So what do we take from that? We need to understand what is implementable and what can we follow up on, and where does it resonate with us. But it's not just at government level. It's everyone who needs to be focused on this. So the G20 starts at home. The T20 starts at home. It continues at home. And to close, the G20 is supposed to be this premier platform where we lobby, discuss, negotiate economic and financial reform going forward. We know that multilateralism and liberal norms are failing us. We're seeing it every single day. The rule makers are not following their own rules, essentially, and that is the example that is being set. So let us not forget that there is incredible interconnection where we talk to international relations. It is not just an issue. If you are concerned about trade mispricing, illicit products, counterfeit products, the cost of capital, reform of institutions, these sound like issues that are all the way up here in the sky. But they are not. They are actually issues that impact you, impact the layperson on daily issues. They impact the price of bread. Why can we not care about that? Why can we not say, okay, I can see where international relations impact us. So, with that, let me close. Thank you so much, Program Director.
Thank you very much. If you could please pass the microphone to MS Ranji. Ready?
Thank you, Program Director, and stand on all protocols. It's not often that we come after you, Minister, so please bear with me. I'm not used to that. I think I'm going to start off on the point of, did we ask the question of, did we want to host? We were actually very excited as the Women's Department, and I'll tell you why. This issue of women in diplomacy is very critical, and a lot has been said today. But I think what we will demonstrate through what I will share with you is it being in action. And the first one I want to go back to is on the BRICS. You know, the issues of gender, women's empowerment has been silent in the most, including the disability issues in BRICS. And I'm sitting next to my former minister, who must be given credit for what we did under BRICS in 2023. We ensured, Minister ensured, that there is a ministerial on women's issues that was established. And it was. And Russia took it forward last year. And this year, Brazil took it forward. That's an achievement. The disability issue, it's still in abeyance, Minister, but that's a huge success. It means at the policy level, at the governance level, the women's issues are on the table. Now, it's the same for the G20. Because I think in 2015 was the first time that there was the establishment of the W20 under the Turkish presidency. And women's issues, and that's an engagement group. So, you know, an engagement group is not at the government level. And then I think in 2018 there was a Women Empower group. And that too is an engagement group. But in 2023, under the Indian presidency, they ideated, conceptualized, and put it forward. And the New Delhi Declaration adopted, the Leaders Summit adopted the establishment of a working group for women's empowerment. That took it to a ministerial level. And that is what is so important for women in diplomacy. Because it's not just about women diplomats, but it's about women's issues at diplomatic levels. And I'm saying that that is so critical in the current context. It was launched under Brazil last year, the inaugural session, and they hosted 4 technical meetings. So South Africa, when we put forward what are the issues that we want to raise, we didn't come up with new issues. We built on issues that were dealt with over the years under the different presidencies, but that which Brazil took forward. And so as South Africa, we put forward 3 thematic or priority areas that we believe, working together with each other, they represent some of the core issues we wanted to bring forward. Priority number 1, which Ma'am has already alluded to. Priority number 1 is policy perspectives on the care economy, both paid and unpaid care work, including household responsibilities. We've just moved it out of the domain of a talk shop into a policy governance level. The second priority is on financial inclusion of and for women. And the third priority is on addressing gender-based violence and femicide. Now, I've just made some bullet points so I do not forget. I don't think I want to go into the content of what each one stands for, but what we could do is arrange further meetings. What I would want to share with you is that strange, I don't know if it's strange, and maybe previous experience will explain this, but this year, under the South African presidency, there are 15 working groups, there are 3 task forces, and of course there's a number of engagement groups. But at the government level, the 15 working groups, what I find so interesting is that almost in all of them, the issue of women, gender equality, is cutting across as priority issues. And what that has enabled us to do is to say, you know, this is cross-cutting issues. And so nobody should be working on their own. And so we're beginning to work with each other. And the first one that is most interesting is the one that comes under the Employment Working Group, under the custodianship of the Department of Employment and Labor. In 2014, under the Australian presidency, the Leaders Summit adopted a goal called the Brisbane 25 by 25, meaning that the Brisbane 25 by 25 goal, it was looking at the gap, the gender gap between women and men in terms of the labor force. And they were saying that by the year 2025, the G20 countries should reduce the gender gap by 25%. That means that under our presidency this year, it's maturing. So that Department of Labor is reviewing it. Now, given the geopolitical situation and the context on the pushbacks on gender equality and human rights at a global level, the review is not opening the document out. It's simply looking at, have we all reached 25%? The answer is not everyone. So they are looking at extending it up to 2030 by another 25%. 2030 being the maturity date of the SDGs. So that's a very important process for women in the country and women across the G20, narrowing the labor force participation. But the other good thing is that the Employment Working Group has put forward a goal now on equal pay that Ma'am was speaking about, equal pay for work of equal value. And that goal as well, I think, is first looking at it in 2035. 2030 means narrowing that gap in gender pay.
If you could please
Yes, I will round up, ma'am. There's so much to say. Right, we are also pushing forward as South Africa, having observed that there is the absence of the focus on disability issues. So South Africa is putting forward a disability inclusion initiative, which is what is happening today, virtually. We are meeting with the G20 countries, and we're putting forward and motivating for the possibility of a recommendation from ministers on disability issues to take forward to the declaration in November this year for the establishment of a working group on disability in the G20. And there is support. We hope that that can carry forward. And I think I just want to say that the G20 initiative, and I'll end now, the G20 initiative as the department is not only addressing the global, we have taken a huge focus on our national efforts as well. We are undertaking many activities at the national level in terms of the G20. One of the very successful ones is we hosted a roundtable with the financial sector. And we've got banks, we've got DFIs. They've all come on board and they've all jumped into the process. And the idea is looking at things past the G20. To win with the financial sector, I think is a huge success. Unfortunately.
Yeah, your time is up.
I will stop.
You've gone up to 8 minutes.
Ma'am is still teaching me.
Yeah. Can I then call Mr. Mweketsi Kwahela, co-chair Y20?
Nyabonga, thank you so much, Program Director. But I actually thought, Program Director, with your permission, given that we're celebrating women today, can I allow Uma to go first, and I'm happy to go last.
Oh, absolutely. Okay. I'll ask Utandega then to take the floor. Please, Kosatu.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, you will allow me also to observe the protocol that has already been established. Comrades, I'm bringing the revolutionary greetings from the women of South Africa, especially the working class women, whose invisible labor sustains our economy, whose invisible labor sustains our homes and communities. Chair, we are grateful that we are having this event on the day when we are celebrating the International Day for Women in Diplomacy. It is a critical platform not just to celebrate the women's participation in diplomacy, but to ensure that diplomacy work for women, especially those in the Global South. COSATU believes that economy, justice, gender equality, and social transformation are not mere an abstract goal. They are daily struggles that demand a bold and inclusive leadership, especially in diplomacy. Historically, diplomacy has excluded women, especially the working class women and the women of color. COSATU rejects the elitism, and therefore we are calling for diplomacy to be rooted in the feminist and the working class consciousness. We are calling for a gender balanced delegation at any platform with a meaningful participation. We are calling for a dedicated resourcing for mentorship and the leadership pipelines. The institutional cultures that reject tokenism and embrace diversity as strength. Comrades, the L20 has been launched in February, followed by, it was launched in Gqeberha, followed by another meeting in Durban, and we are proud that South African G20 presidency is a historical moment for the Global South to lead boldly. COSATU believes that the priorities in the L20 should have a feminist workers' lens and align itself with the priority, and COSATU is aligning itself with the priority areas which provide the powerful platform to advance the gender and economic justice together. Let me, because we were complaining of time, Chair, highlight just few key priority areas for L20. A universal living wage. Women are disproportionately represented in a low wage and informal work. We therefore support as COSATU the call for universal living wage, and the equal pay for equal work, for work of equal value. It is not enough for women to be in the workforce. We must be able to live and thrive from our labor, comrades. Secondly, we believe that on the area of universal social protection, women are mostly exposed to life's shocks such as illness, job loss, and caregiving. COSATU backs the calls for a global social protection fund championed by the L20 to ensure that no woman falls through the cracks, especially in the informal sector. The formalization and informalization, or formalization of informal work, on that area, we are saying across Africa and Global South, women are the face of the informal work, yet they lack the legal protection. The G20 must promote the National Action Plan to formalize the informal work with a clear path of benefits and contracts, and also promote the collective bargaining. On the digital rights and platform work, the rise of digital platforms is feminizing the precarious work. We therefore, as COSATU, demand that the G20 support the adoption of the ILO Convention on the Platform Work. And the digital rights are the women's rights. And the women must help to shape the digital future and not be excluded in that process. On the just transition and climate justice, L20 rightly prioritized the green job creation and the climate resilience. Chair, I'm reading my script. I'm not going to make an input. I wanted to speak on this one. Women must not be displaced in the transition. We must be central to it, and that means the transition must be gender responsive. It also means that gender responsive reskilling investment in the care, it means that gender responsive reskilling. It means also that there should be an investment in the care economy, and that we should prioritize rural and indigenous women in the energy transitions. On the debt and disaster and dignity, comrades, G20 must address the intersectional burden women face during the crisis of austerity. And during the disaster, women must also have the disaster resilience. And that we must also include women's unpaid care work and the local leadership in the emergency planning. On austerity, comrades.
You can try and round
I'm trying. I'm actually skipping it. On austerity, we are saying we must also end the austerity measures. Dear comrades, I think we'll agree, all of us, that G20 must be rooted in Ubuntu. South African leadership of the G20 must reflect the values of Ubuntu, solidarity, equality, and justice, but we must also lead with integrity at our home too. Chair, thank you very much. I'm cutting my speech short, but indeed the L20 has been launched. COSATU is leading at the L20. We are raising all the frustrations of the working class. Moreover, that most of the laws that we have in South Africa, the progressive laws that all countries are coming to benchmark in South Africa, the labor laws are under challenge and they are under siege. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tandega. Now I'll hand over to Mr. Mweketsi Kwahela, co-chair Y20.
Thank you so much, Program Director. Sanbona Naboma. Bomme and Aboma, you know, so last year when young people heard, hore, you know, G20 is coming to South Africa, the presidents of the G20, and that South Africa has embraced the themes equality, sustainability, and solidarity. As young people, we organized ourselves, but also we mobilized ourselves. But in addition to that, we conscientized ourselves by starting to put a South African writing group to contribute, in essence, to the Y20 concept document, as DECO had put out a call that, you know, these are the engagement groups. Young people, organize yourselves in civil society and organize yourself and see what's possible, right? We then put this writing group last year around November, December. Some of us actually didn't go to Groove last year. We behaved. We said we are going to focus on this G20 and our concept document. And in essence, if South Africa was saying that, you know, they're embracing equality, sustainability, but also solidarity, we said we are going to be youth building bridges, right? We're going to build bridges as young people. We're going to unite for solidarity. We're going to champion equality, but also we're going to drive sustainability. And when, through our working groups, what emerged, some of the key issues that really emerged were top 5 key issues that are now informing our work as the Youth 20, which is the Y20, the youth engagement group of the G20. The first one is on climate change and environmental sustainability. What are those green horizons, right? Our young people in our writing group mentioned that, listen, we live in communities that are desperately hungry for electricity, for water and sanitation, right? The just energy transition, or the languaging around the air, the just energy transition is here. I am Unonkululego from rural KZN or Eastern Cape. I hear this thing, but it's been here. What's going on? Let's talk about it. The second one is on inclusive economic growth and development. What are those pathways to prosperity? Again, many of us who follow the news would have noted that about ±3 weeks ago, Stats SA Program Director released the quarter labor survey. And again, it's us as young people who are the largest demographic making noise in those stats, right? The third thematic track that we are negotiating, and we've been negotiating into, and I'll speak as I wrap up into how the negotiations have been going on with our member countries, is on AI, digital innovation, education, and the future of work. In essence, what are those key competency skills that we need to set even our younger brothers and sisters and nieces up in terms of AI, because it is here and it seems like it's going to stay. But also we said, let's also look at the ethical considerations of AI. And the reason why is because we know, Uguti, some of us as young people, we are plagiarizing using AI, we are using ChatGPT and so on and so on. The fourth thematic area, we said, we are young people. We see Umam Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, we see Dr. Naledi Pandor, also seen as one of my colleagues mentioned as Africa's G20. We also opened applications, our program director, to African youth, because we also recognize and respect that now the AU is also part of, the G20, having gained admission in September of 2023. In fact, I can confirm now that we have a good working relationship with the Directorate of the AU Women Youth, and in fact, they have also sent through their delegation, who are now forming part of the negotiations. And much of our work, program director, has been taken through negotiations which began last month. Our launch started in April. In fact, a week ago, we actually had a pre-summit where Umang Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma delivered a keynote address. And in those negotiations, our young people, our South African delegates, are negotiating South Africa's position, right? So that's the international, arm in terms of how we are operating. But also to be inclusive and making sure that we're leaving no one behind, program director, we said, let's form working groups per thematic area. So those working groups, what they do is that, so whilst the South African delegates are negotiating with their international counterparts, right, supported by the technical task force who are sharpening their research, their policy inputs and so on, they come back to the South African working groups to pressure test, right, what's coming out of the negotiations, to say, this is what's already coming out of the negotiations in Sizane, right? So that Edikeledi, Mwekezi from, Soweto or wherever can say, yeah, on climate change, I disagree, right?
Please,
and we already have seen.
If you can please round up.
So as I wrap up, that is essentially how our work has been going on, but we've been very deliberate in making sure that, I think to speak to this topic of how do you open up access, how do, women, members of the LGBTQI+, are in those spaces, is to say we are very much deliberate in our inclusivity. And in fact, yesterday and much of today, we were at Sun City presenting our one-pager to the third G20 Sherpas meeting, where we also called for the institutionalization of the Y20, because as I had mentioned, we are the oldest engagement group with over ±200 recommendations, but none of those have been implemented. So we've called for a Sherpas Council, a Y20 Sherpas Council, but also a Y20 Alumni Association. It's nothing new. You see it with W20, which is Women 20, and then also with the C20 and the B20 as well. So I will leave it there, Program Director. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can we please give our panelists a round of applause? I know that they're under pressure, but I think there's quite a number of takeaways from here and food for thought, and I will start with what Nkosazana said, which must really go across everything that we said here, everything that has been presented here. It's about us being organized. We can talk, but if we are not going to be organized, and if we're not going to stick to time, we go to international conferences now. When they say you start at this time, they don't wait for you. We go to dialogues, they give you a few minutes to speak. It's all pressurized right now, but we can only be able to do so if we're very much organized. And also it's about skilling ourselves. I think that's really, really critical, because when you are skilling yourself, even for coming here, you've skilled yourself to be able to come here. Did you come on time? Did you know what was going to happen here? Did you prepare yourself to be here, or you just thought, no, I'll go and listen and then go home? I think the Agenda 2063 is the Africa we want, and again, throughout the presentations that are here, it's about the Africa we want. But are we ready to do exactly all the things that were presented here to make sure that ultimately it is this prosperous Africa that we want, that is industrialized, that's using its revenue to develop the continent? Part of what is a problem in the African continent is the corruption, where all these resources which we have, they end up being used for one individual or families or all that. And then the issue of rural areas becoming hubs of culture and economy is critical. But do we have the infrastructure for them to do so? Look at what's been happening in KwaZulu-Natal as well as in the Eastern Cape in terms of the disasters that have been happening. Are we going to see the disasters again next year, when we know exactly that you're talking about climate change and all that? We already know this is what is happening. Are we going to be facing the same thing next year, where we're counting 100 and something people that have died only just in one province? And I think it's about institutionalization, as it was said. How do we institutionalize all these things and make sure that there's proper monitoring and evaluation in the implementation? There's these 20s, the G20, T20, what other one, your youth, Y20. The issue here is you are very articulate, and thank you for not going to groove and focus. We can hear from the way you spoke that you really focused and making sure, but the issue is, how do you get all the other young people who are not sitting in the same room here to do so? Workers, unpaid work. Sis Nkosazana spoke about that. In fact, this issue of unpaid work, it's something that the Women's League, I remember very well, right in the beginning when we arrived here, I didn't understand what they were talking about. But later on, as you yourself do everything in your home, your children are waiting on you, your husband or your boyfriend or somebody is waiting on you, and yet it is said it's not work. And yet you spend so many hours working. Lastly, I think with the workers and all, you know, the disaster resilience is really, really critical for our country, because we cannot afford to be seeing people dying. Our people, I was Minister of Social Development. When you go to our communities and ask them, please, you can't be building close to the rivers and all that, they fight with you. But they will fight with you because you have not provided anything else for them. They will fight with you because the same thing that Sis Nkosazana is talking about the land. They don't have the land. And many of them actually are capable of building their own homes far away from the disaster areas. Thank you very much, panelists. I think we've come to the end of this session. Announcements, Zanele and them, I think we're gonna go for lunch, or can we have the announcements, please, so that people know exactly where to go and when do we exactly come back? Thank you, panel.
That people shall govern, but it also says everyone has a right to be in administration. And therefore, women have a right to be in government.
Do we still have Amandla to continue? Okay, comrades, you can see that we are way behind time. And because we are behind time, we really have to try and cluster our time to be as productive as possible. And we know that everyone is hungry. So we're going to request from your esteemed selves, Uguti, when we take lunch, we only take 30 minutes. Is that possible?
You know, I'd like us just to be a little bit practical, maybe. Well, I know that hotels, they always want us to have lunch on the time because they say the food is whatever. How long will it take us to conclude? Plus, minus. Maybe we can finish and go to lunch, I don't know. No, but no, don't even go there. They are hungry. You must always read. Yes, the workers are waiting, but the workers go off at 6 or something. But anyway, everyone wants to have their lunch. Let's not disorganize that program, but please, can we not do what we did in the morning? If we say we're going for lunch for this period of time, if people are not here by the expected time, we will start with the work. Tell them where the lunch is and all that.
Okay, so lunch will be served at Serengeti, which is, okay, there is someone waving for us. She will show us where to go. The lady there, let's just follow her. She'll show us where Serengeti is. And 30 minutes exactly, comrades. 3:30, can we be seated so that we just conclude? Thank you.
My family. My family. My family. Chimore. phambili ngewo phambili ngechimore phambili ngewo phambili ngechimore.
Oliver Tambo,
Bambisandasa.
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 Wetambo,
Bambisandasa.
Usibambu ngasiyeke,
Bambisandasa.
Oliver Tambo,
Bambisandasa.
Usibambu ngasiyeke ni,
Bambisandasa.
Oliver Tambo,
Bambisandasa.
Usibambu ngasiyeke,
Bambisandasa.
Oliver Tambo,
Bambisandasa.
Oliver Tambo,
Bambisandasa.
Wetambo,
Bambisandasa.
Mawufike ekhaya ubatshe,
Ekhaya ubatshe.
lapho siye khona,
Lapho siye khona.
Mahlathini,
Mahlathini.
ase-Angola, awuthatha nansi phazu,
Thatha nansi phazu.
shaya ubulale,
Ubulale.
zonke
Zonke izizwe.
shaya mabhunu,
Shaya mabhunu.
Oliver Tambo,
Bambisandasa.
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 Wetambo,
Bambisandasa.
Usibambu ngasiyeke,
Bambisandasa.
Oliver Tambo,
Bambisandasa.
Usibambu ngasiyeke ni,
Bambisandasa.
Oliver Tambo,
Bambisandasa.
Usibambu ngasiyeke,
Bambisandasa.
Oliver Tambo,
Bambisandasa.
Oliver Tambo,
Bambisandasa.
Wetambo,
Bambisandasa.
mawufike ekhaya ubatshe,
Ekhaya ubatshe.
lapho siye khona,
Lapho siye khona.
Mahlathini,
Mahlathini.
ase-Angola, awuthatha nansi phazu,
Thatha nansi phazu.
shaya ubulale,
Ubulale.
zonke izizwe,
Zonke izizwe.
shaya mabhunu,
Shaya mabhunu.
Oliver Tambo, bambi isandla sami. Oliver Tambo, hold my hand. Tambo is the longest serving president of the African National Congress. Oliver Tambo, hold my
women cannot be left out of diplomacy. When I came to the AU, for instance, I created a new post, which was a special envoy for women. The Freedom Charter says that people shall govern, but it also says everyone has a right. The Freedom Charter says that people shall govern, but it also says everyone has a right to be in. The Freedom Charter says that people shall govern, but it also says everyone has a right to be in administration. And therefore, women have a right. I became foreign minister, I think we had about 7 or so ambassadors who were women. But by the time I left, there were more than 30 women who were ambassadors, because we understood that women cannot be left out of diplomacy. When I came to the AU, for instance, I created a new post, which was a special envoy for women, peace and security, which did not exist before. Because I recognized that when there is a conflict, women and children tend to be the most affected. And yet there is no one who pays special attention to them, their needs. So that's why even now that post is there. But it was started by myself when I was the chair of the African Union Commission. But we also encouraged that when there is peace negotiations, women must also be involved. It's not just Africa that is patriarchal. The whole world is patriarchal. And you gain respect from your colleagues when they know you know your story. You argue your points, you make a stand, you don't get intimidated by them. Because if you get intimidated by them, you won't do anything. Because in some of the meetings, you are the only women. During those days, you would be the only women, and all the others may be men. So you stand your ground. But you convince them you must know your story. For the 50 years, it had been men almost. So what is it that I may have done differently? There are a few things. One, I said women must also be in high positions, directors and so on. We had a female director of finance for the first time, just to name one. But also we had policies that protected women for the first time. But then, for the continent, we decided that we must have a development agenda for the continent. And that's why we have Agenda 2063. Because we said, normally, a chair of the AU was supposed to, they told me I was supposed to do a 4-year strategic plan. And I said, 4-year strategic plan? No. In 2013, we're celebrating 50 years of the OAU AU. So I must do a 50-year plan so that when they come for the centenary, they can say, this is where we were 50 years ago, this is where we are now. So we then, it was not easy, but what helped me to get the agreement to do Agenda 2063 was the letter to Kwame. When I read the letter to Kwame to the summit, everybody said, okay, you must do it.
This year, the UN is celebrating the International Day of Women in Diplomacy under the theme, and I quote, eliminating structural barriers to women's leadership in diplomacy. Women have played an increasingly significant role and have been involved in both official and unofficial diplomatic roles throughout history. There has been an increase in women's representation in both bilateral and multilateral diplomacy. But progress has been slow. International decision-making spaces often lack women's presence, and structural barriers remain unabated. One of the United Nations' great
started late. We needed to proceed with the program. So we request, comrades, that those who are in the hall already, let's get settled so that we can play the video while we are waiting for other comrades to join for the last session on our program. So we're going to dim the lights, but may we also invite comrades to go to the exhibition. We've got very important pieces there that we think that it's going to really reignite something within us. So let's make time and go check. We have exhibition of women leaders on whose shoulders we are standing. And we also have got the exhibition for the Freedom Charter. So let's also get a deeper understanding of the Freedom Charter so that when we celebrate the 70 years, we understand what we're celebrating. Thank you very much, comrades. Let's get our eyes glued on the screens.
Everyone has a right to be in administration. And therefore, women have a right to be in government, have a right to be in diplomacy, have a right to be in every area of human endeavor. When the ANC, for instance, became the government, it made sure that women become ambassadors of the country to various kind of endeavor. When the ANC, for instance, became the government, it made sure that women become ambassadors of the country to various countries. When I became foreign minister, I think we had about 7 or so ambassadors who were women. But by the time I left, there were more than 30 women who were ambassadors, because we understood that women cannot be left out of diplomacy. When I came to the AU, for instance, I created a new post, which was a special envoy for women, peace and security, which did not exist before. Because I recognized that when there is a conflict, women and children tend to be the most affected. And yet there is no one who pays special attention to them, their needs. So that's why even now that post is there. But it was started by myself when I was the chair of the African Union Commission. But we also encouraged that when there is peace negotiations, women must also be involved. It's not just Africa that is patriarchal. The whole world is patriarchal. And you gain respect from your colleagues when they know you know your story. You argue your points. You make a stand. You don't get intimidated by them. Because if you get intimidated by them, you won't do anything. Because in some of the meetings, you are the only women. During those days, you would be the only women. And all the others may be men. So you stand your ground. But you convince them you must know your story. For the 50 years, it had been men almost. So what is it that I may have done differently? There are a few things. One, I said women must also be in high positions, directors and so on. We had a female director of finance for the first time, just to name these that protected women for the first time. But then, for the continent, we decided that we must have a development agenda for the continent. And that's why we have Agenda 2063. because we said normally a chair of the AU was supposed to, they told me I was supposed to do the agreement to do Agenda 2063, was the letter to Kwame. When I read the letter to Kwame to the summit, everybody said, okay, you must do it.
This year, the UN is celebrating the International Day of Women in Diplomacy under the theme, and I quote, eliminating structural barriers to women's leadership in diplomacy. Women have played an increasingly significant role and have been involved in both official and unofficial diplomatic roles throughout history. There has been an increase in women's representation in both bilateral and multilateral diplomacy. But progress has been slow. International decision-making spaces often lack women's presence, and structural barriers remain unabated. One of the United Nations' greatest achievements was the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948. This declaration was spearheaded by a woman, Miss Eleanor Roosevelt. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights recognized the equal rights of men and women as fundamental human rights. Despite this, diplomacy remains predominantly male-dominated, with women serving as heads of state and government in only 27 countries of the 93 UN member states. In today's increasing, unpredictable and complex world, South Africa claiming South Africa's rightful position in global politics. As the world confronts new and ongoing challenges, South Africa is gaining beneficial